Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm happy to be here today. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. We are just beginning. Our first guests are arriving now. Welcome, one and all. I don't know what anyone's going through, but remember that this moment too shall pass, especially if you're feeling negative in any way, feeling like you're worried about how the future is going to be, if you are uncertain if a feeling's going to stay around forever, this too shall pass. Hello, dear Harris. Welcome, dear young tardigrade. Namaste, Plant Dreams, Michelle. Hello, Near, and Dear Killer, and Boggy Farm. Hello. Grateful to be here again today. I hope to be able to be a humble servant in any way in which I can hold space for you and what you're going through. That would be an honor for me. You really like my outfit? Well, thank you, dear Michelle. It was gifted to me by the author of the book that we've been reading, by dear Tara, as a Christmas gift, which is really something I'm so grateful for. Namaskar, dear Ragnhildur. Dear Killer, you're wondering, what is Sangha? I'm glad you asked. Sangha is an ancient word that means community. Specifically, a community that's rooted in uplifting each other in the most general sense. If you have a supportive friendship with people, that's a Sangha. If you have a loving family, that's a Sangha. Anytime people come together for the purpose of taking refuge in each other's experiences, sharing positive sentiments and uplifting each other, that is a Sangha. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for blessing our Sangha off with today with a heart meet. Om Namah Shivaya. Jai Tara. I agree, dear Bubbles. She was very kind. She actually wanted to send me money for reading her book. I said, no, it's a gift to be able to read your book, but I'll happily take some clothes from India. So she went shopping for me, and I'm deeply humbled. You're thinking Prince Arjuna, dear Ragnhildur. I love that. When he's in his prince outfit, I'm sure. Although, when he's in his warrior outfit, can't imagine he'd go to battle in something like this. Welcome, dear Patrick. Of course, dear Killer. Thank you. Welcome, dear Blue Star. Quick, Arjuna, into battle we go. Ultimately, the only battle we have is with the forces within us. We are always at odds with the pursuit of fulfillment of our limited individual self, and all of the greed, envy, jealousy, hatred. All of that is something that takes place in our inner battlefields. Dear Six Tumbling Pandas, you read the Digha Nikaya today. Oh, that sounds like a Sanskrit text. I haven't heard of it, however. Let me look it up. It's a Buddhist scripture, I see. the first of the 5 Nikayas, or collections in the Sutta Pitaka. Wonderful. Digha is Pali, not Sanskrit for long. I imagine it's a long text. It must be long, if the easiest way to refer to it is the long one. Hello, dear Pesto. Welcome, Aesthetically Pharaoh. Thank you and welcome, dear Anna. Hello, Linda-Lou. Dear Harris, you're wondering what got me into this spiritual stuff. I think a better question would be, what got spiritual stuff into me? I didn't choose it, it just overtook my life. It's a natural blossoming. A destiny that we all have. It is pretty long, dear 6 tumbling pandas. Well, I imagine that it's ripe, full of spiritual knowledge then. And hello, dear Finding Bliss. And thank you, Talita, for your heart me. Om Mani Padme Hum. I have a prayer that comes from the Katha and Taittiriya Upanishad, one of the Shanti, peace mantras. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanao Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you for your likes, dear Bubble. Or Bubbles. You are in plural. You can never have just one bubble. You must have many bubbles. Dear Pesto, you share you have a terrible headache. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Make sure if you want to watch this live then that you turn the brightness down, the sound down, understimulate. Make sure your needs are met. Hydrate. Give yourself food if you need that too. Depending on the headache, sometimes chanting can really help, especially the humming sound of Om. Om. Other times silence is best, and I trust your judgment. Hello, dear Miller. We are quite impermanent, shares Bubbles. As bubbles, indeed, we pop. But when a bubble pops, is the space inside also gone? Or does the space inside merge with all of the space surrounding it? My day has been well. Thank you for asking, dear Linda Lou. How has your day been? And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your rosa. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Space returning to space with a little rainbow shield. I love that, Bubbles. Blessed, shares Linda Lou. I'm happy to hear that. Blessed are thee. Hello, Christina. Hello, Tamia. Hello, Davis, Maya, dear Kanal, Rishikesh, Belinda, Matija, or Matia. I like that, Miller. I take simple thoughts and make them complex, but in the best ways. Very fruitful for the mind. Just like how a whole tree is found inside a seed, everything you need to extrapolate the whole tree can be found if you pay close enough attention to the seed. In the same way, so many of our experiences get distilled, is that a word? Distilled into seeds. Many great sayings, even colloquial ones, cliches, common phrases. They are like seeds that if watered, hydrated by our awareness, our meditation, and they grow into great trees that produce even more seeds of truth. Thank you, dear Christina, for your hearts. Om Kham Jahnavyay Namah. And thank you, dear Davis, for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. Namaste, Matija. Dear Miller, you ask, how did I learn to dissect things the way I do? And that's an interesting question for us to dissect. Well, I've always been taking things apart ever since I was a child. Whenever I was in school and I had a ballpoint pen or a mechanical pencil, I'd always be taking it apart and asking, how does it work? Whenever an electronics of mine broke, I'd always take it apart and try to see what connections were faulty or if there's anything I could do to fix it. I was always taking things apart, which means that I'm always looking for the inner workings of something, taking the whole and see how that whole is made possible by all of the things inside that whole working together. If any part of the whole is dysfunctional, just means that there's probably one or two things inside that whole which aren't working together. So look at the relationships between things. What is the role that each part plays, not absolutely, but in relation to each other? Hello, dear Chloe. Dear Davis, you share. You're glad to see me after an exhausting Thursday in Germany. Thursdays, am I right? Something about Thursdays. But welcome. Thank you, dear Jen. I have a show and tell to share with you all from one of you. My show and tell. Let me set it up. Today our show and tell comes from someone named Niraj. It was actually sent by a dear mutual friend of Niraj, Sangi of our space, Dansuela. She had mentioned that her friend Niraj had sent some pictures of the Himalayas, and I said, I would love to see them. And so, she has sent them in for us to look at. There's just 2 of them. She writes, "My friend Niraj, who lives in India, took a flight the other day. His flight went past the Himalayas and he took 2 photos of them from his window seat. Of course, there are millions of photos out there of these sacred mountains, but seeing some from just a few days ago feels quite special. I asked his permission to share these photos with all of you, and he was quite delighted to share them, and he was glad that this group exists. Seeing these aerial photos from a commercial flight gives a humbling perspective of just how massive the Himalayas are." Just on time, dear Dansuela. Let me bring them up on screen. Here they are. It's quite incredible when you notice that being in a commercial airliner, you're already so high above the clouds. And we're so zoomed in the photo. And yet, the Himalayas are even higher. It looks like they're even catching the sunlight when the rest of the landscape is in shadow. Truly incredible. And if you look closely in the distance too, they just stretch on for miles and miles. If I'm not mistaken, the Himalayas are formed because India is actually a subcontinent, and it used to be its own continent many millions of years ago. It came from the south, broke off of Pangaea, and then fused at a much later time with the Asian continent, smashed in. Well, as far as you can say smash on geological timescales, mind you, at the fastest, I'm sure the Indian subcontinent was only moving at a few centimeters per year. But anyway, that's a lot faster than millimeters per year as other continents move. And so it creates some of the biggest mountains in the world as it collides over the course of millions of years. Here's the second photo. You can see a part of the plane and scene too. Incredible energy. Very beautiful, I agree, dear Chloe. The home of the yogis, and the ancient home of the rishis. Frightening as well, that's for sure. It's very appropriate because in our reading, our protagonist in moksha, liberation, where we are right now, she is in the Himalayas, not quite at this height. Definitely more in the foothills, but still a great synchronicity. So thank you, dear Dansuela, for asking Naraj to send these in. So lovely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for looking. And if anyone else ever wants to share something, do check out the show and tell submission form in the link tree in the bio. Thank you, dear Anazak, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Hello, dear Clara. Dear Jen, you ask, is you doing email not the same as show and tell? Oh, well, you have been sending emails of lovely things. I didn't know you wanted them for show and tell. No, we have a different thing for show and tell. There's an actual website for you to drop off files like images or PDFs, audio files, videos, things like that. If you go into the link tree in the bio on my profile, there's a show and tell submission, and you can fill out what the name of, your submission is, a little bit about it, and you'll have a Dropbox kind of thing to upload files, stuff like that. If you can figure that out, that would be the preferred way. If you can't, then email is fine. You just have to let me know. Yeah, the Himalayas are almost incomprehensible how vast and enormous the peaks are. Dear Miller, you share, in reference to what we were talking about earlier, you think almost the same way, but you're often told you hyperanalyze things and it's discouraging. I know what you mean. There is a difference between being hyperanalytic and being naturally curious. When you're naturally curious, there's no expectation. You're not burdened by the task of figuring it out. You could stop at any time and you'd still be content. When one is hyperanalyzing something, we typically reserve that to mean that it's taking away from an individual's ability to be content, not knowing. That you just have to know. Also, in hyperanalysis, you're always on absolutely everything you're trying to deconstruct. But there's a time and a place, knowing when you don't need to deconstruct something, when you can just allow something to be a mystery. That can be a beautiful skill too. So it's all about balance in that way, as most things unhelpfully are. For example, when you're watching a movie, it's best not to try to deconstruct how the CGI works or if this actor is delivering their line right or not. Or if you're watching a magician, it's best not to spoil the magic trick for yourself or everyone around you. There are times where it's best to suspend your disbelief. It's all about opening you up to something new. Sometimes it's through analytical deconstruction that we understand a deeper part of ourselves. But other times it's through letting go of the need for there to be an answer, for there to be an explanation, that we do the same. But the goal should remain equal, to expand one's sense of self in all cases, and not limit ourselves in any way. If you can do this, then you will be free. Just like a swan that gets to choose whether it wants to fly in the sky, walk on land, or swim in the water. Radhe Krishna. And thank you, dear Babiso, for your heart me team bracelet. Cheer you up and finger heart. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Pardon my hiccup. Dear Kip, you ask, do I believe in an individual soul or one soul experiencing from multiple points of view? Both. Because the word soul in English refers to two things that are distinct in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, there's two words for the soul. There's Jiva, and then there's Ātmā. And to make things more complicated, sometimes those two words form a compound word, Jīva Ātmā, to refer to them both at the same time. But the Jiva is the individual soul. The Ātmā is the super soul, the soul of the soul. The Jiva comes and goes, mind you, over galactic time scales. But the soul of the soul, the Ātmā, that can never go, because it has nowhere which it is not already to go or come from. While we are seeing through these eyes, hearing through these ears, speaking with this mouth, walking with this body, then we are living as a Jiva. But that Jiva is like a bubble that only appears to separate space from outer space. It's a good question, Kip. No, the ego is something even distinct from the Jiva, but it is a part of the Jiva. Yes, your second clause, like self and higher self. Indeed. That would be more accurate. Dear Zarn, you ask, will Jiva connect to Ātmā at the end? Good question. From the highest point of view, the Jiva doesn't even exist. You have always been the higher self. And therefore, there's nothing to connect to, but rather just the dissolution of the illusion. Since you are already that, there is nothing further to be done at the level of connection there. Of course, dear Kip. Thank you for such a great question. Dear Kip, you ask, so if the Jiva doesn't exist, isn't that the same as the ego? Because it is also an illusion? Actually, the ego is more real than the Jiva. We have to understand the word ego is a very much misunderstood word. The ego is a good thing in Sanskrit. We use it very differently in English all the time. The ego is your sense of self. And there will always be a sense of self. Nothing wrong with having a sense of self. But it can provide challenges when that sense of self is limiting. The sense of self decides what you serve. If your sense of self is attached to the body, then you'll only be serving the body. If your sense of self is attached to the mind, then you'll only be serving the mind. So the problem isn't in the body or the mind or the sense of self, but it's in the relationship between them. If instead of seeing our body and mind as what we should serve as the self, we should instead see the self as that which is within everyone, and then use the body and mind to serve that. When done in this way, the ego, or ahankara, as it's known in Sanskrit, is fully operational. It's often referred to as an enlightened ego. I'm happy to hear that, dear Susan. And if there's any way in which I could rephrase the things I'm saying, please let me know, as I'm not attached to any particular word choice. If there's a better way in which I could explain things, I'm always happy to adapt. Welcome, dear Fiddleaf, and dear G. Dear Marcus, thank you for your tiny yippee. It's very understandable, dear Anna. I'm happy to hear that. The topic is not easy to understand. It's all about merging your sense of self with the whole. And you can poetically say that the sense of self dissolves, just like salt when added to water dissolves. But it's still there. It's just no longer confined to any particular form. It's now formless with the water. Welcome, dear Kian. Dear Zarin, you ask, how much do I read daily? Probably not as much as I should. I find enough reading material written in our hearts. You will find all of the world's scriptures inscribed in each ventricle of the heart. And dear Anna, you share the essence of the Bhagavad Gita. This book is perfect to understand what I'm saying. Ah, you are right. It's a good book. It looks like all of the universe is contained within it. Like when you're looking into an end portal in Minecraft. Dear Zarin, you share that you never met a young guy wiser than me. Well, if you met me yesterday, maybe you would have. Although that assumes I'm less wise today. Some people say wisdom comes with age. I say wisdom comes with youth. And it's not the older we get, the wiser we are. It's the younger we get, the wiser we are. I hope that we grow back into our child self. Let our inner child come out. To become reborn in this moment. Ever new. Ever fresh. Dear G, you ask, do they design the lights different every year in the gardens? So pretty. I'm sure they reuse many elements, but they absolutely change things up, and it's a monumental task, I'm sure. But I'm so glad that you loved them. That's why I shared them. I want others to be able to appreciate them. And I certainly carried many Sanghis in my heart as I walked through them last night, and you especially, dear G. I couldn't take you out of my mind. Impossible. Thank Thank you for sharing the live, dear lioness. Dear Muhammad, thank you for your follow. Alright, I would love to read from the next section of our book, Moksha. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. Can I tell the name of the book that I had a moment earlier, dear Zarin? Yes. Bhagavad Gita. If you want a screenshot, now would be a good time. It means divine song, Bhagavad Gita. Welcome, dear Marlon. Yeah. If anyone wants to help attend to Marlon's question, that would make me happy. Of course, I'm happy to explore this with you too, dear Marlon, especially as we go into the Manana section of our live after the Shravana. Alright, let's continue where we left off in Moksha, Liberation, a novel by Tara Lamont. But before we begin, I just have to show you the gift that our dear author had sent to me for Christmas. It's what I'm wearing today. If I zoom out, you'll see that she sent me some traditional Indian attire, which is very lovely and comfy, including a top and bottom and a beautiful scarf that I'm sitting on, and a Rudraksha necklace from the Swarg Ashram, which I think is an ashram even mentioned in the book. So I'm straight out of the book today, and I couldn't be more grateful. I have a smile from ear to ear today. She's so sweet. She wanted to send some money as a thank you for reading this book. And of course, I didn't want her money. But I didn't want to devoid her of something that she wanted to do. I said, I will accept Indian clothing. Because I knew that she would know what would be best. And I wanted to share that because she's such a sweet soul. I'm glad you like it too. It coordinates with the color of the cover. That's right. Yeah, it really does. That's a great observation, G. All right. We left off with our protagonist in the Himalayas. Let's see. Within the hour, we were circumventing the lake toward the feeding end, where streams from the mountains flowed in. Then began the climb up a steep gradient through narrow gorges and heavily wooded forests. Occasionally, thin streams prettily crisscrossed the rocky trail. Sid pointed to a red-billed magpie with a marvelously long, inefficient tail and several rose finches. Then the forest that seemed to go on forever gave way to a gently sloping, luscious green meadow strewn with yellow, blue, red, and white flowers and clumps of lilac rhododendron bushes along its border. Several monals made an appearance, circled, then flew away. It's so beautiful. Here I was imagining the Himalayas as just frigid and snowy, but clearly that depiction should have some room made also for wonderful, lush green and colorful meadows full with birds of all different kinds and other animals, flowers, very warm too. It's amazing. We stopped for hot tea from a flask. The change in altitude began to take effect, and I was winded and perspiring in spite of the increasing cold. I had begun a course of altitude sickness pills in Uttarkashi, and was confident that ascending up to 12,800 feet, while ambitious, was within my scope. After this short respite, we crossed the meadow and began the steepest part of the climb, that was at an angle of at least 55 degrees. Sid scampered up like a goat, but I took my time, resting every few minutes to catch my breath. The brilliant sun of the morning hid behind clouds. I grunted and panted and swore when my hiking pole plunged into a fissure that sent me tumbling backward. I recovered, then jogged the last few paces to the top. On cue, the clouds parted like a stage curtain, and there it was before us. Row upon row of colossal snow-covered mountains, as endless as the ocean. This was why I had come. This was the arrival and the destination. I closed my eyes and bowed my head to give thanks, when something the size of a golf ball bounced off my cap. I looked up to find myself engulfed in a shower of hailstones. I laughed at the absurdity of these ice balls scattered across my path like diamonds, and I reached out to catch a few. Sid, who had gone some distance down the other side of the pass, came back up, grabbed my arm, roughly hoisted me up, and set me to his side. "There's a hut. We need to get there," he shouted, letting go. I scrambled to regain my footing and hung onto the edge of his parka as hailstones continued to rain down. Further on, set into the mountain, I could just make out a thatch roof on low stone walls. A trail of smoke issued from the chimney. Someone was there. Hail pummeled us until we reached what resembled a door. Sid leaned into it, and we forced our way in to find a terrified old couple crouching in a corner. They were mountain people, decently dressed, with those thin, creased faces, milky eyes, and rotting black teeth. Sid spoke to them slowly and soothingly, and soon the woman was busily stoking the fire at a makeshift hearth. We settled down on the mud floor, grateful for the warmth of the fire. The old woman produced 2 mugs of tea. I passed around protein bars. After about 15 minutes, Sid peered out and reported that the hailstorm had been replaced by freezing rains that could turn to snow. I began to doze off when the door was flung open, bringing in a fierce gust of freezing rain. A heavy-set man with a large wet mustache in one of those fur-lined hats with ear flaps pushed his way in and slammed the door shut. He surveyed the hut, took us in, and nodded. "Nice," he said, then peered down at me. "You!" He was Jonas Gerhardt. I had not recognized him at first because of the wet mustache, a recent acquisition. This is son of Herr Gerhardt, of Gerhardt Industries, the despicable organization run secretly by a demon, incarnated as a human. Jonas was the brother of our protagonist's late husband who had passed away. And Jonas was definitely no saint either. He was the one that she blackmailed her father with, because he had been caught with someone underaged, I believe. He threw off his boots and flung them near the fire, narrowly missing the old woman, then sank to the floor with a grunt and stretched out his monstrous legs. Fraternizing with the natives, I see, he leered. How low can you stoop? Hey, he clicked his fingers at Sid. You speak their language? Move your boots away from the fire, Sid thundered. Jonas looked up with a dumb expression of surprise that a bear might wear when confronted. She cooks her food on that fire, Sid went on, his voice reverberating in the small space. You show no respect. Move your boots. Boots, they're wet, Jonas said, genuinely confused. I said, and I won't repeat it. Move your boots. Alarmed, I touched Sid's arm. The old couple shrank into a corner. Calm down, man, Jonas continued evenly. I'll pay. All these people want is money. Mullah. He rubbed his fingers and twirled his drooping mustache in case Sid did not understand. I'm leaving my boots right there. What are you gonna do? Make me? Why not? Sid sprang up, grabbed the boots, opened the door, and flung them into the rain and sleet. Jonas jumped up in astonishment, not believing what had just happened, but Sid swung around, latched onto the furry lapels of Jonas's jacket, and with a deft move propelled him to the door and hurled him out. He reached for Jonas's mega backpack, flung it out, and slammed the door shut. Karate black belt, he said to me with a grin. He'll come back, I managed to croak. He is a champion wrestler. Right. Sid pulled out a revolver. Black belt is fine, he said, but gun belt much better. I staggered up to stop him, but he was out the door. I stumbled forward. Jonas was advancing toward us when Sid fired a shot, grazing his sleeve. Keep moving. Sid waved the revolver. Go on. Next time, I won't miss. Yeah, Sid. He fired again, narrowly missing Jonas's head. He remained outside for a few moments, then came in. I was curled up in a ball, trying to become invisible, a bundle of rags. Sid was not right in his head. He had encouraged the boys to build that polluting bonfire and had probably killed a man for trying to dry out his boots. Now he was carrying on a lively conversation with the old man, while the old woman stoked the fire and placed an aluminum pan on it. In a few minutes, she produced bowls of noodles and a steaming broth. I was trapped. We might be washed away, the roof might collapse, or I might provoke Sid with some unintended gaffe. The Ganesha rest house was at least 3 hours away. When and if the weather eased, I could make a run for it. Ram Singh and Mohan would surely be looking for us. Would Jonas be lying in wait? Or, and this was more likely, his body would be found in pieces at the bottom of the valley. If I made it out, I promised myself I would make a full report to the police. There was little to do at the moment but slurp up the soup and stay absolutely still. Time to go. Sid handed the old man a wad of notes. The rain has stopped. Need to make it down before nightfall. What about them? I asked after the old couple. They'll be fine. They'll remain here a while, then go down the other side to Yamunotri. They are nomads and face the old couple. They'll be fine. They'll remain here a while, then go down the other side to Yamunotri. They are nomads and face the old couple. They'll be fine. They'll remain here a while, then go down the other side to Yamunotri. They are nomads and face the old couple. They'll be fine. They'll remain here a while, then go down the other side to Yamunotri. They are nomads and face this. If you could let me know when my connection has returned, what part that I froze at, I'd be happy to reread the last few sentences. They are nomads, thank you, Stevie G, and face this journey every winter. I dug into my backpack and came up with a sweater that I presented to the old woman. I murmured my thank yous and goodbyes. Luckily it froze just at the end, as we'll pause a reading there for now. Thank you for listening. We will see what happens next time. See if Sid has gone crazy. Or if, as the divine father of the universe, Shiva incarnate, he is just engaging in his stereotypically tamasic behavior, ready to stand up for the vulnerable and fight against the wicked. I hope you'll join me next time as we continue reading Moksha, Liberation. But that concludes our reading portion of our Sangha, our Shravana, and we can turn to Manana, portion dedicated to Q&A. We've arrived. Thank you, dear Rahina, who sent a heart me and a corgi butt while I was reading. Hring Namah Shivaya. And dear Anazek, thank you for the friendship necklace you sent while I was reading too. Om Namah Shakti. I'm glad you like the sound effects, dear Stevie G. Welcome, dear LA, and everyone who joined while we were reading too. To answer your question, dear Stevie G, Sid was the one who was close with our main character. Sid and the main character, Uma, they are secretly Shiva and Shakti. Although she does not remember, but Shiva is only pretending to be human. So we can turn now to discuss anything in our hearts and minds, and I am at your service. Dear Jen, you share your child wants to return to the Mormon church, and you want to go to the Buddhist temple near you. Well, is there room for both? Mind you, if there's any danger in going to any in particular, then of course you get to decide. I think a Buddhist temple would be lovely. If you also find genuine love and positive experiences without any expectations at the Mormon church, then, nothing's stopping you from going to multiple holy places. But of course, the best holy place is the one that you create with your love, the holiest of holies, the love of the Divine Mother, the true womb, which envelops your children. Hello, dear Crossfires. Namaste, dear Susan. Now you must listen to the rest of the story, dear Stevie G. I'm glad the story has captured your attention. It is a very provoking story indeed. Dear Grinette, you ask, what do I think about men's hatred of women? And you apologize for asking, but it is a big problem. It's a very important thing to talk about indeed. Yeah. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around how you could hate a being that literally has the power to create life. You are looking at the divine, something that has a faculty to bring life into this world. That is something worthy of reverence. That said, it's not that I don't understand, but it's that from a higher understanding, all that hatred should dissolve. Usually, no one actually hates another person. What we hate is a version that we create inside our heads of another person, often as a scapegoat for our own insecurities. Unfortunately, many people hate others because they don't want to acknowledge that there's something within themselves that they are rejecting. There's a part of their own being that they are projecting. The feminine flows through everyone. There's no such thing as exclusively feminine or exclusively masculine people. We all have both, and only in balance can we be fully fledged human beings. These men that claim to hate the woman, they have yet to grow up and understand that the feminine is a part of them too. We have all come from our mothers. Perhaps they have been abused by someone who has called themselves a mother. But the moment you abuse a child, you are no longer their parent. I pray that those who have been abused by anyone who calls themselves a mother realize that sometimes the motherly force flows in different ways in their life, but we all have some force. Maybe it's not always as personal as family. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's nature herself. But we all have some part of the feminine flowing through us in our life that we can attend to, turn to. Welcome, dear Lazuli Lake. It's a beautiful journey you've been on, dear Stevie G. Where does hatred come from? Asks dear Grenette. Like all things, comes from love, but a limited love Just like someone may hate any sports team except from their favorite. It arises from a love that was exclusive to only their favorite, that they have misconstrued love for your team as hatred for the enemy. But the truth is that there is no enemy, and we all play for the same team. If we cannot recognize that we're all moving towards the same thing together, then of course we divide the world into us versus them. But when there is no them, when there is only us, when we see that the self in me is the same as the self in you, how can there be hatred? How can there be an exclusive kind of love? If you want to love one part, you have to love the whole. Because the only reason the whole exists is in the sum of all the parts. And much more. The purpose of any being is to be a part of something greater than their limited self. As long as we understand that we are not a puzzle to be solved, but a piece of a puzzle that's already complete, and we naturally fit in with those around us, no matter how far they hail from or how different they may seem. If we can see the ways in which we are more alike than different, there is naturally going to be love for all. It's a powerful journey, dear Billy, of forgiveness. I like that, Gurnet. The good question. We all have the ability to work together. Right? Something that more people deserve to understand is that feminism is not anti-male. It's pro-male. Because feminism supports everyone. That if you solve the problems that women are facing, you also solve many problems that men are facing. It's for the very same reason that women get objectified, that men have a tendency to objectify. It's for the very same reason that the feminine gets misconstrued as over-emotional, that men don't get the tools to process their emotions. Feminism has nothing to do with whether you're male or a female. It's about ensuring that the divine feminine flows freely through everyone, that it doesn't get limited in a man or in a woman. Femininity is a beautiful part of everyone's life, and we all have to bring her out. The definition of the feminine in ancient Indian philosophy is that which flows. We cannot live life if we're not having some kind of flow. We must have both form and the formless, solid and liquid. If we're always so rigid, how can we ever break out of our shell? We need to make the system frictionless. We need to lubricate it. That is Shakti. It's funny because anger is a part of the divine feminine. That's why in the last live stream we did, we honored Durga, which is the fierce form of the mother. Anger has a beautiful purpose, which is the spirit of the mother bear, the spirit of the mother lioness, spirit of the mother tigress. It's to protect her babies. Every single mother here, if she sensed any threat to her babies, she would perfectly embody that anger for a righteous purpose. And you are also right, dear Jen. Kali is also that. Kali and Durga are the same. All goddesses are the same. All gods are the same. They are one. Durga and Kali are very much related. Kali is just a more extreme version of Durga. When Kali is absolutely done with you, she'll chop off your head. Whereas Durga might not necessarily go to that extent to express her divine anger. Hello, dear Sean. Dear Stevie G, you had asked, how do we experience love without having love hurt us at times? You have to be vulnerable to be a lover. You can't love with your walls up. The price of love is the grief itself of losing what you love. Even an enlightened being will shed tears at the loss of a loved one. The difference is that they have the tools necessary to process that grief effortlessly, so that the pain does not burden them. They allow the pain to move them, transform them. In the same paradoxical sense, they allow themselves to be centered, even while experiencing such pain. I like that, Michelle. If you love until it hurts, there can be no more hurt, only more love. But there are things you can do to make that pain easier to bear. like expressing your feelings, as simple as it sounds. If you hold it all in, well, of course, you're going to feel like you're stuck. You need to get those feelings out somehow. Crying is a beautiful thing. Even Jesus wept. Hello, dear Leia. Welcome. I'm gonna have to start calling you Prema Leia, which would mean in Sanskrit, the home of love. Oh wait, what am I thinking of the same thing? Prema Leia. Yeah, did I say that the first time? Prema Leia. Thank you, dear Ostlending, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Crying is liberating, indeed. I've always felt better after a cry. I've never felt worse. If ever I'm in a situation where I feel like I need to cry, I always feel better afterwards. And it's not a temporary kind of betterment. It's like something deeply transforms within you every time you cry. I've heard that generally the universe plays hard to get. For most people, the universe will pretend like it's not a conscious being of its own. And it's always very subtle with the cues and signs that it gives you. But there's one exception. If you cry, the universe just can't pretend anymore, and it actively starts rearranging itself. You will experience the most miracles when you are crying. Universe definitely sends its angels when tears are flowing. Even if you're in the middle of nowhere, something will happen. A branch on the tree will go down and it'll touch your shoulder. Or a butterfly will land on your nose. Or a squirrel will come up to you and wiggle its tail. Or the clouds will part and the sun will shine on you. Dear Snuffleupagus, you had a conversation with yourself today that surfaced vulnerability and allowed yourself to feel it. Tears were certainly released. I felt that, dear Magdalene. We become so light, so free. Just like a soft breeze. Dear Billy, thank you for your pair of fast bursts and for your heart me. Om Namah Karnim Ambidame Shrin Naditame Harim Devitame Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. We are so close to the divine when crying, shares Anna. You are so right. Dear Fiddleleaf, you share you were so thankful that someone cried at work yesterday. A customer who shared a story from childhood. It's so endearing to be in the presence of someone who allows you to see them cry. What a special moment that is. Take gentle inhales after a good cry. That's great advice, dear G. Yeah. Michelle, you always have a headache after crying. Sounds like you're a powerful crier. Well, you know, they say that when you have a headache, what do you need to do? Often drink water. Might be dehydrated. You must have cried so hard that you made yourself dehydrated. Maybe. So the next time you're crying, make sure to hydrate while you're crying. In between those little gasps for breath. I just got water all over me. So you can cry more, shares Anna. That's right. So you can refuel your tears. Go for a world record. Dear Stevie G, you share the best experiences when you were crying in front of your family. Because you care about them. And then your mom hugged you so tight. Those are so authentic moments, so real. When you can cry in front of another person, there's little room for misinterpretation. This is someone who's feeling their feelings. What a beautiful sentence, dear Jen. You've lived disaster after disaster that brought a treasure. Water is healing in every way. I love that, Granette. Hello, dear Amanda. You share you're tired? Are you EP tired? Or are you emotionally drained, tired? You love water? But clearly you're not tired of that. Thank you, dear Benjamin, for your heart mate. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namo. Hello, and thank you, dear Seb, for sharing the live. Billy, you share. You ask how my family walk was last night. It was magical. Yes, and I put pictures on my Instagram story and videos of all the lights in case you wanted to see. Before they expire in an hour or so. Dear Amanda, you share you watched 19 cats. That sounds very tiring. Wow. But I'm sure they gave you a lot of wisdom. I think cats are wisdom distribution centers. I don't know how they do that, but after you spend time with a cat, you just learn something new. Always. You've been tired for a decade, dear Granette. Yeah, I think that's just life after childhood. I think you just have a body that feels like that. Now, there are things you can do to energize. A really great substance that you can get is called Shilajit. It oozes out of the rocks of the Himalayas, literally. It's this substance that comes from the rocks of the Himalayas. You can get it in powder form, add it to water, and it's really great for energy. You've tried it, dear G. My mom uses it. I can type it in chat. Oh, my goodness. I think the S on my keyboard is active. It must be Stevie G. What are you doing? Yes, thank you, G. You've written it too. You're doing that too, dear Jen. Adding some green super powder to your water. Trying to stick with self-care. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, dear Sky Guardian G. Back from the comedy. Mission accomplished. I'm very impressed because I've seen that comedian before, and so it's a miracle that he walked by you and you asked, can you? I wanted to ask if you'd come see my guru, and he said sure. Like so casually too. Sure. You're very welcome, dear Granette. That's right, Marianne. Churchill added something a little different to his water to keep him going. Not as sattvic as Shilajit, however. You need something like that, dear Christine. You need energy. Another thing to keep in mind is that we often have enough energy, but our energy gets drained too easily. So making sure to clog the holes in our day that take energy unnecessarily from us can be a great way to effectively gain energy back. We spend so much energy worrying. If you worry for half an hour, if you spend half an hour worrying, you'll tire yourself out as much as hours of exercise without the benefit of gaining muscles. The only muscles that you might train is your jaw from being clenched, or your abs from being tight, or if there's muscles in your tear ducts, I don't know. And if you can live by the spirit of Hakuna Matata, be happy, don't worry, you'll find a lot of energy is freed up. Anger can also wipe you up, that's for sure, dear Christine. Oh my goodness, what is that, dear Michelle? That's the most dramatic thing I've ever seen. Holland or gluten syrup to your water? Something you add. Holland or gluten syrup? Oh, that's amazing. Or it could be Swedish or something, I'm not sure. Dear Christian, you share you struggle with overstimulation from autism. Yes, us autistic are very sensitive. We see everything, we hear everything, we feel everything. It's a beautiful thing. There is a solution though. Not just making sure you take time to understimulate, but there's a way of being in highly stimulating environments without getting overwhelmed. It's the way of the yogi to dissolve into the awareness. Often when we're hyper-aware, it also comes with hyper-analysis, and it's really the hyper-analysis that overwhelms us. When we're trying to keep track of all of the sounds and feelings and tones and textures and temperatures and sights, if you can find a way to turn off the analysis that comes with it, that you're just experiencing without trying to cognize everything, then you can kind of just dissolve into that sensitivity. Just like being mystified by something as a child, seeing that first rainbow, which is by definition very stimulating. All these colors in the sky with the sun and the clouds and the rain. But yet something like that, we don't get overstimulated by it because we dissolve into the wonder. Yeah, fiddle leaf, you put it well. The more we let go of control, the freer we are. Watch the thoughts. I like that, Grenette. Yeah. Just become a witness. Dissolve into it. The tricky part is when you're neurodivergent, you're also often trying to mask. Don't mask. Just become nonverbal. I'm giving you permission to go nonverbal. Don't try to be a personality in that moment. Be a person who's experiencing these things. Just dissolve into your witness observing self. In ancient Sanskrit, it's called Sakshi Bhava. The state, the bhava of being a witness, Sakshi. That's what the yogis call going non-verbal. You go into that meditative state. You're just a witness. Not trying to put on a face. Purely being. It's very beautiful, very peaceful. Dear Stevie G, you sent in your show and tell, and you wish to be here when I show it. Thank you for telling me. I will try to remember that. Well, I will remember that, don't worry. Dear Jen, you want to share that rainbow drawing you did from your dream. Kind of looks like a child drew it though. Well, your inner child drew it, and that's beautiful. Thank you for yours, dear Christian. And thank you for being here, dear Mikish Gaming. Oh, let me echo that. Dear Cody Jane, you share that you wanted to thank me and the mods for putting so much effort into the Discord. It is wonderful. Yes, I echo that. Thank you to my lovely moderators. Dear Babblefishy, thank you for your rose. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And dear Derek, thank you for your donut. Om Shri Mahalakshmyai Namah. And thank you, dear Anna, for your heart me. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namah. And inevitable, thank you for your flowers. Om Marjanaya Namah. That means salutation to cats, because we have to have a cat mantra. Dear Pharaoh, you share you're done with your court-ordered AA meetings. Well, congratulations on going through them. I know it wasn't easy, but it can be really helpful if you believe in it. And if you continue by your choice, that's a wonderful thing. My grandfather did that. In fact, he continued long after he got sober. And I really respect that for him. He spent decades of his life going back and collecting those chips. I can't remember what the longest one was, but it certainly was, some decade-long chip, at least 30 years, I'm sure. Dear Stevie G, you ask what to offer to both Shakti and Shiva. Well, of course you offer yourself. You surrender yourself into Shiva, the divine indweller, and into Shakti, the outward flow of consciousness. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your 25 roses. That's very kind of you. Never expected, but always appreciated. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Christine, you share you're known in the neighborhood as the crazy cat lady. You have many. That's great. In fact, I also hope to acquire that title one day. It's a big honor. Crazy cat lady. I think we've got many crazy cat ladies here. Oh dear, Rhiannon, you share your furnace broke today and it's minus 20 degrees Celsius. So you and your cat are snuggling in a blanket for it. Good. Make sure that you use each other's energy to stay warm. Snuggle. And I pray that your heater turn on back soon. I think I jumbled up my word order. Turn back on soon. That's the problem of learning Sanskrit. Sanskrit has no word order. You can put the words in any order and it'll still make sense. Can't do that in English, unfortunately. Otherwise I just sound like I'm talking gibberish. Mean, do you know what I? Jody Jane, I was trying to find your comment. I got lost for a second. What do you do when you feel afraid? continue to feel exactly what you're feeling. If you try to not be afraid, you'll end up just putting more pressure on the fear. It's like trying to affirm yourself is a tricky business because you can accidentally contradict your feelings, and that can only intensify it. For example, if you're feeling overwhelmed at times, you might try to affirm yourself by saying, "It's okay, I'm okay, everything is all right, nothing's wrong." But if a part of you genuinely feels upset or afraid and that something is wrong, that can only intensify that voice that's trying to get you to be aware of a possible danger, for example. So I think what you can do, instead of saying something that contradicts the feeling, is affirm the feeling that I don't feel okay right now, but I'm allowed to, and this will pass, and I'm in a space where I can get help, and I've learned many things to be able to manage this feeling. It might take some breaths, it might take some techniques over the course of a few minutes, however long it takes to process this feeling. That's okay. I know that I will feel better soon, for example. Fear is going to happen, and it's okay that it happens. So having the tools to process that feeling rather than change the feeling is a really important distinction. If you can affirm exactly what you're feeling, that it's totally normal given the context of your life to be feeling like this, it'll pass with much more ease, much less friction. And pray. Praying is for you to express how you're feeling, to surrender to a higher power. Ask, is there anything that you can do? Is there anything that you can control? If you can, then pray for the power to do that. If you can't, then pray for the power to accept that. And if you can't figure out, pray for the wisdom to notice the difference. And that's the serenity prayer. How do you pray? Whatever feels intuitive for you. You can do it in a traditional way. If you want to throw yourself on the floor and put your hands together and look up into the air, that can be a very powerful thing. If it's whispered under your breath, or if you close your eyes, sit cross-legged, or if you write it out, just speak what's in your heart. Imagine that something greater than yourself is listening. What would you say to that listener? What would you say to a being that contains the whole universe if you had something to say? Whatever it is. There's no wrong way. And thank you, dear Jen, for your quintet of GGs. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Ostlending, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Sum Suryaya Namah. love that, Granette. You share. You were going to do public speaking, which you can't. Panic attacks, so you spoke to your inner child. I understand that you are terrified, because you have always been punished if you have been seen. That's so beautiful. Validating that inner child, our wounds, our journey thus far. Hello, dear Mariham. Dear Crossfires, I have not revealed the question of the day, but thank you for reminding me. I do have a question. My question of the day today is, what kind of weather brings out your smile? Dear 2, you ask if I know that the Earth was shaped like a snowman and the Sun orbits on the Earth's axis, and unknown animal creatures. Antarctica has oceans and jungles, rainforests and deserts. Sounds like a very interesting perspective. I wonder where the big snowman carrot is. All snowmen have to have a carrot nose, right? Where is our Earth's carrot nose? I would like to know. It could feed a lot of people, I'm sure. Alright, here's some answers to the question of the day. Dear Stevie G, you ask, how can you release the fear? You want to be peaceful and in harmony at night. If you can try to go to bed earlier, that can be really helpful. The later you stay up, the more anxious one's thoughts tend to be. It's a shortcut I've found for my anxiety, that if you just go to bed before the time you normally get anxious, then you don't get anxious. And wake up earlier too. Liquid sunshine is an answer from Dear Magdalene for the question of the day. I love that. Sunny days shares Christine. Spring shares Mariham. Crossfires, you like it warm and stormy, with lightning and strong thunder, dark clouds. I like that. Dear Awaken Haven, you share a cool morning sunrise on a beach with waves crashing softly alongside you. Michelle, you share, not trying to sound emo, but you like it gloomy. Well, of course. That can be beautiful too. And there's a certain anonymity in the dark. Hello, dear Jackie. You share that winter is your season. Happy, happy, joy, joy to wake up in the morning to fog, rain, gray days. I love that for you. Gimme, you share the weather during spring. Mariham, you like when it's warm and it smells good. I like how you add the sense of smell in. Dear Fiddle Leaf, you share a warm, hot day, a rainy day when you're inside, or a lovely spring day, or a crisp fall day. I love how we have a variety of answers that covers almost every kind of weather. Mikish, you share gray, rainy weather makes you so happy. So does snow, but so does a bit of run with warmth. Sounds like it's very difficult for the weather to not please you. And that's a good thing. Ragnhildur, you share that any type of weather can bring out a smile. I love that. Rhiannon Reina, you share the act of bringing spring to the soul's winter, Oh, I love the direction you're taking this. Dear Polly, you're wondering what my favorite soup is? Cosmic soup, of course. With a close second of primordial soup. Dear Magdalene, you share, you just love the way the sun makes raindrops look like crystals. You have a beautiful perspective, dear Magdalene. Inevitable, you like a thunderstorm in warm weather too. Crossfires, you ask, what's my favorite? Oh, I have to wait until I listen to all of yours. Thank you for asking. Rahina, you like cold summer nights. You like all seasons, dear Granette. They're all beautiful. Sky Guardian recently just sent me a whole bunch of soup packets though, so I should really say one of them. Dear Don Suela, you share, you love a sunny, crisp autumn day. You also love a deceptively cold sunny day when it's minus 40 degrees Celsius. Ooh, I like that clash of experiences. The light of the sun, but the crispiness of the air. Dear PB, you like spring. Dear Stevie G, you like warm sunny days as they're your most favorite, but you've learned to fall in love with more kinds of weathers. And Rhiannon, you share that sun showers are also a bop. I love that word. A bop. Yeah. Dear Christian, you love winter hikes with fresh snow crunching under your feet, snowflakes glistening in the sunlight. Oh, what a poet you are, dear Christian. And dear Anna, you share the fact that there is weather makes you smile, but when it's cold wind with warm sun, you like that especially. You love change, spoken like the divine feminine. It's nice that our planet is so interesting, very dynamic. Cody Jane, you share warm, windy days that bring the earth alive. Mother Earth is so expressive through her weather patterns, isn't she? It's how she expresses her feelings. Very dynamic. Yeah. Bitterleaf, you also love watching the fog spill over the mountains like in San Francisco. I love that too. A few months ago, we had fog at a beach, and it was such an interesting experience. It was a really thick fog, and all you had to do was take a few steps and you disappear. And so all you could see was just this little patch of the ocean meeting the sand. It was like a scene out of a dream. That all that existed was just you and this part of the ocean and the sandy beach. A little pocket dimension, if you will. Dear Granette, you share spring when life and light returns and the sun warms your face. I love that too. And Izek, you like spring sunny day on the river. And dear Stevie G, you share the last foggy day. It was so peaceful, you just closed your eyes and just took it in. I love that. And Hybrid Jen, you share that's where you live. Fog Valley. No sun for weeks. Just that one day you had opened windows. Dear JJ, you wonder if I think Europeans like Jung scrape the paint of Eastern mysticism. It's a beautiful way of putting it. Absolutely. Such is why Jung had written many forewords in books dedicated to Eastern mysticism. I have a couple, like the teachings of Ramana Maharshi. There's a foreword by Jung. Once you explore consciousness, you come face to face with this landscape which had been trotted and trekked for thousands of years already by ancient yogis, Buddhists, meditators, rishis, and saints of the East. Cody Jane, you like the quiet night after a snowstorm, where all stands still and the snow reflects the light of the moon. Oh, those are some of my favorite moments too. Especially when a thick layer of soft snow blankets the whole horizon and it dampens the sound for miles, and no cars are driving on the street because it's too snowy, too icy, and everything is just perfectly quiet. Dear Michelle, you share you don't enjoy cold weather though. It hurts your whole body. You're very sensitive. I understand. But when you get that outfit that's just so perfect that you can't cover it up, I'm sure you'll survive. You know? Everyone's sensitive to the cold until they have that one outfit that they just can't replace. They have to go out in that, even if they shiver the whole time, right? All these answers are so poetic indeed, dear Rhiannon. I love these. I love the appreciation for Mother Nature. Grenette, you like in autumn when you breathe the moist and fresh air and all colors are in the trees. Beautiful. The snow makes everything so quiet indeed, dear Crossfires. And Oli Orla. Dear Stevie G, you share cold showers helped you love more of the cold. That's a great idea. I remember listening to a class by Nish the Fish, a brother in spirit of mine, also on TikTok and other platforms. In his Sangha, he was giving the teaching that from Kashmir Shaivism, which is a non-dual sect of Shaivism that believes in Shiva as the ultimate reality. And Shiva is all of us. And as the divine, Shiva enjoys everything. So you might not enjoy standing out in the rain waiting for the bus, but Shiva loves it. You did not enjoy that time that you got lost in the woods, but Shiva loved that time. And I found that teaching so helpful, that our higher self is always in bliss, whatever's happening. Whatever you're experiencing, Shiva wants to experience exactly that. There's nothing that doesn't appease Shiva when it comes to our experience from the higher self. Imagine pulling yourself up like a pulley system so that you can sit closer to Shiva. Then you could enjoy everything that happens to you too. Just like a movie. Just like you go and watch a scary movie and you enjoy the scary parts, just as you watch a sad movie and you enjoy the sad parts. If you can be an audience member of your own life, you can enjoy the story too, like Shiva. Dear Fiddleleaf, you share you don't want to go, but you're meeting up with friends. We'll watch the replay. Good night, friends. Oh, please do go. Shiva would want you to go. Good night. Michelle, you share you always have a pocket warmer with you in the winter. I love that. You're prepared. That's why you love Shiva so much, dear Stevie G. Shivoham, 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 Shivoham. Hello, dear Kalki Ji. Dear Rhiannon, you love the way hurricanes restore order in the environment after their impact, something you find beautiful in a way. It does seem to be the case that oftentimes natural disasters are more so human disasters, with many exceptions. But yes, sometimes it's actually just nature attending to the disaster that is humanity. She is healing. That's right, dear JJ. You are familiar with the last of the Dashavatara, the one that comes to bring to the end of the dark age, the Kali Yuga. That one divine, transcendent force that oversees all. The way to find Kalki is within, because the true dark age is not in the world around, but in the dark night of the soul. Mother Nature has her great neutralizers, that's for sure. Dear Rhiannon. Good night, dear Michelle. Dear Stevie G. Was that Om Namah Shakti Shivaya? That was a mantra I did for Shiva and Shakti. There are many variations of the Panchakshara mantra. Om Namah Shivaya. You could add to that Shakti. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. You can also add the Bija of Shakti, which is Hring. Om Hring Namah Shivaya. Or you can add both of them. Om Hring Namah Shakti Shivaya. You can keep adding to it. Dear Kalki Ji, you ask, have I chanted the Shiva Stuti ever? I don't think I have. But maybe we could. Now, thank you everyone who explored the question of the day with me together. Yes, there have been many claims to the title of Kalki, dear JJ. Mahamada was certainly one of them. But there have been many others, and many people are still waiting for a Kalki that speaks to them. But remember that there's a deeper metaphor here. Almost all religions have a metaphor of their divine personage returning at the end of the age. From the second coming of Christ to the next Buddha, Maitreya, to Kalki, the last of the Dashavatara. But remember that these great saints, they often spoke metaphorically. That the second coming of Christ is the arrival of divinity within you. Just as Jesus rose from the cross, can you take the energies in your spine to the crown? Just as the name for the next Buddha, Maitreya, means friendship, can you find wisdom in your companionship with others? And just as Kalki is the one that brings the end of the Dark Age, can you bring to the end the darkness of ignorance within this life? This is the metaphor. Hello, dear Noor. Thank you, dear Kalki ji, for your quintet of tiny tinies, yippee, and your pair of rosas. Radhe, Radhe. That's right, dear G. All divine personages are representations of how we are to evolve. Templates for our ascension. And there will always be further growth, because the divine is infinite and our journeys eternal. Hello, dear Val. You wonder what I'm wearing today. I'm wearing something that was sent in by the author of the book we're reading, dear Tara. She had sent some nice Indian clothing. Remember that there are many paths to truth, and that everyone is valid in their own path. Because no one chooses the path chooses you. Some people take to seeing the divine through the Christ that is Jesus. Some people take to the path of Krishna or Kalki. Some people take to the path of Buddha. Do know that this space is open for all paths. No path is closer to the top, because all paths that go higher lead to the same place. Allow me to draw a picture. Truth is like a mountain top. There may be only one top, but many paths to get up there. A path by itself is not the truth, but the journey that gets you there. Some journeys may approach the top from a different angle. Others may be more steep. Some take a winding path. But as long as your path is taking one higher, then you will eventually reach the top. You can come to the top from a full 360 degrees angle. You can come from the north. You can come from the south, you can come from the west, you can come from the east. But as long as you are getting higher, eventually you will reach a place that all paths lead to. So from standing at the top, can you say that one path is closer than another? It would be a geometric impossibility, since all these paths include that top. All you need to do is make sure that you are climbing. And the sign that you are getting higher is very simple, that you are becoming more like that source which you speak of. If that source is all loving, then the higher you get, you should become more and more loving to everyone too. If that source is all benevolent, then as you get higher and higher, you should become all benevolent too. If that source is all-knowing, then you must continue learning. If that source is omniscient, then you must continue to expand yourself to include others. It's preferable to take the path that suits the individual. Some people have poor knees, and thus they require a path that takes accommodation of that fact. The steep path is not for them. It may take a little longer, but at least they'll actually make it to the top. Some people have a do or die spirit, and they're desperate to reach the top, and so they'll climb the rock wall if they have to with their bare hands. It might be more dangerous, but it's the one that calls them. Some people prefer the scenic route, the one that has many flowers and trees, wonderful animals. Some people prefer a path that is more safe, so that you're not falling off the edge of a ravine. But there are as many paths as there are people. And whatever path accommodates your needs best, that's the one for you. Dear Kaukiji, you were wondering what I would explain about Yama. You would like to know more about Yama. Well, you're in the right place. From one yam to another. The Lord of Death. Ask death questions, and you shall receive knowledge as to your liberation. Remember the story of Nāciketa? It was a young boy named Nāciketa who stood at death's doorstep for 3 days. When death finally arrived, he was astonished. Normally, death has to come to you. But the boy came to death, and death wasn't home. He said, "My son, for your troubles I will grant you 3 wishes." For the first wish, the son asked for his father's forgiveness, since his father had told him to go to death's doorstep, and his son took it very literally. They had an argument because his father was giving away some cows, and those cows were very old, and so they would not provide much for their owners. And his son said, "Where will you give me, father? If you're going to give away such old cows, why don't you give me away? It would be better." Frustrated his father said, "I'll give you to death." His son said, "Okay." And so he went to the secret abode where death lived, Yama. And death was surprised. So on his first wish, he asked for forgiveness of his father. For a second wish, he asked to know how to enter the highest heaven. And on his third wish, he asked for the secrets of immortality. It's an interesting series of questions. Now, the first one is understandable, but the second two might be hard to grasp. What could be a more higher wish than the highest heaven? And this is something that uniquely separates Indian philosophy from Western philosophy. In the West, the common belief is that heaven is the highest goal, to be in infinite peace. In the East, it is not so. There is something even higher than that, and that's to understand your true nature as the part of this universe that is immortal. That even the highest heaven gets boring. It might take 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 years. But at some point, being in peace gets boring. And so you continue to look for something even higher. That is to say, Nāciketa was wise enough to know that the journey does not end in heaven, but it continues to some place even higher. The metaphor here is that you must go to death before death comes to you. And you will be put through one hell of a test. Before death grants your wish, he will ask, don't you want infinite pleasure? Don't you want infinite money? Don't you want infinite people whom you may be attracted to? Don't you want an infinitely large house? If you can say no to all those questions and face your fear of death directly, you can ask that fear for the secret to immortality, and death shall grant it so. Thank you, dear Hannah, for your ice cream cone. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Val, you're there wondering why it's always 3 wishes when you get magic wishes. It is a magic number, isn't it? Representing the Trinity of past, present, and future. Of creation, preservation, destruction. Of body, mind, and soul. Of wakefulness, dream, and deep sleep. Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva. Hello, dear Carmine. Anna, you share, you're tapping my third eye while sending these hearts. I can feel it, thank you. Thank you, dear Hannah Lee, for the ice cream cone. And dear John Simon, thank you for your heartbeat. And TGIF. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namah. Dear native girl, thank you for your heartbeat. Om Ram Brahmane Namah. Our conversation can go wherever you direct it. Hello, Josand. The wonderful thing about truth is that you need not defend it, as truth is universal and nothing can touch it. No words, even the most sublime, they can only point the way, but we have to follow the path. Sounds like some of you have fun with all the likes that you give to the live. Never expected, but I do know they help push the space to a wider audience. Dear JJ, you share, you ask with the deepest respect to investigate Islam. You've been in Hinduism and Buddhism and reverted. Well, that's the thing, dear JJ. I have investigated Islam, and I found that it contains the highest truth. But when I invested Buddhism, I found that it also contains the highest truth. And when I investigated Hinduism, I found that that too contains the highest truth. And so there's nothing to revert from when all is ultimate expression of the One, the Infinite. Was it not the Prophet Muhammad, blessings be upon him, that told the people of Mecca to not be idolizing over any form of the divine in particular? When he cleared out the Kaaba of all of the different statues and said, "Don't you realize it's all one?" Peace be upon him. Do not turn the blind eye to Allah and forget to see Him also within all religions worldwide. Is it not in his very name that means the infinite? Therefore, it is all contained wherever you go. Corruption exists only within one's ability to interpret scripture. If you are able to put on the glasses of wisdom, then every text, even a children's novel, can lead you to that source. But there is no final messenger. It's a great misconception of Islam that there's a final messenger. It does not say so. It only speaks of a certain number. But there are infinite messengers in number. If it weren't the case, then it would be blasphemy. To say that the divine can only be expressed in a certain number of ways is blasphemous against the divine. Every single human being is a messenger because they all speak on behalf of the same one. Only the infinite, by definition, is that which cannot be expressed in any one way in particular. If there was a final, then it would be not infinite. The definition of the infinite is that it goes on forever. Now there can be a final within a period of creation. Now that's a different story. Remember, the term Kalki refers to that which ushers in the end of this Kali Yuga, but only this one. How many Kali Yugas are there? Infinite, because there are eternal cycles of creation and destruction. There may be a last messenger for any particular cycle of creation, but in eternity, there is no finality, only endlessness. Dear JJ, please understand that the divine can come both formless and formful. It is true what they say in Islam, that Allah is formless. But it is also true what they say in Christianity, that the Son has come as God. All of this is God, remember, including you, including me. There is nothing that can come into existence without the will of the Creator. And therefore everything is an expression of that one. Creation and Creator are inseparable. And there's a logical understanding. And I know that in Islam they encourage logic to understand the divine. Here is the logic. The divine is first and foremost formless. That which is all expansive within everything. Therefore, because it's all expansive and within everything, that means all things are divine. Nothing can be separate from the divine. Therefore, we all have within us the divine too. That's called the higher self. But sometimes that higher self speaks through a person. Sometimes the ego parts and you get direct contact with that divinity that contains them, just like messengers. But Islam does not teach to revere the messenger, which can be a great message because it helps separate the teaching from the teacher. There are pros and cons to everything. And the pro of Islam is that you don't get caught up in any form in particular. But the pro of Christianity, for example, is that it helps you form a personal connection to the divine. It just depends on the individual. It is completely valid to see the divine through a form, like Jesus Christ, or formless, like Allah. What matters is the individual's choice, that the individual gets to choose how they connect with the divine. And just because one person may regard the divine as formless and another may regard the divine as having form, doesn't mean that one is right and another is wrong. If you can come to an even higher perspective, it means that the divine is at some times formful and at other times formless. That the divine is not even limited by its formlessness. That it can choose at any time, if it wants to be expressed through any person, it can be expressed. And you're correct to understand that the expression is not the ultimate, but it leads you there. And it's valid to correlate the path that leads you there with the destination, when ultimately it was never about the destination, but the journey itself. Dear Kalki Ji, you ask, where is Shiva now? Shiva is within. Shiva is within Mount Kailas, but not the physical. The Kailas of your body, the Kailas of your ego, the insurmountable mountain that no one can climb. Namaskaram, dear Miyananda. Dear Stevie G, you ask, but why not end the cycles of the push and pull? Because without push and pull, there would be no vibration. Without vibration, there is no creation. Without creation, then there is no story to experience. Dear Karen, you ask, why do we have the need to believe in something or searching a purpose of living? What a beautiful question, dear Karen. Isn't the most purposeful thing to be in search of a purpose? Isn't the most meaningful thing to be looking for meaning? Paradoxically, absence of an answer to our question is an answer to our question. If we had the answer, we wouldn't have the question, and the question itself is a miracle. the question of why, the question of how, the question of for what. If we don't ask these questions, life does not evolve. The nature of life, pardon me, is to evolve, is to grow. It is the trademark, the hallmark of our existence, to be going higher, not because we're missing the top, but so that we can have this journey at all. Hello, dear Sherlock. Candy canes or peppermint sticks? Well, isn't a peppermint stick contained within a candy cane? If you just bite off the cane part, then it becomes a peppermint stick. I like that, G. Ascension isn't a place. It's a shift in perspective. Dear Stevie G, you just wish there was a way for life to be fun and harmonious without all the pain and suffering. That is precisely what we're all working towards, paradoxically. That will never come, but yet we continue to work for it, because working towards that goal is secretly the most fun and harmonious thing you could do. That if you truly want to be happy, serve others. But if no one was in need of service, then you'd never be happy. If everyone had their needs met, there'd be no one in need of help. And if you're not helping, then how can you feel like you're a part of this world? Thank you, dear Scott, for the fast verse that you had sent. Oh, sorry, mwah mwah. Hello. Mwah mwah. Sorry, dear Stevie, Big Stevie. Did it appear that my words made it seem like something was separate? For truly, nothing is so separate. Dear Marlin, you ask, isn't there an ascension happening in the world right now? Of course, there always has been, and there always will be. It's the nature of the world to provide challenges for us to continue to solve. And as we solve higher problems, we come into contact with even higher problems. As we grow as a civilization, we begin to tackle even harder problems. All the problems of the world are not a sign that we're going backwards, but a sign that we're going forwards. Dear Rafi, you ask, what if we choose to forget and experience limitation so we can experience limitless again? Exactly. Exactly. Here we have Stevie G and Stevie C. I like that. Your dad was always called Big Stevie. Share Stevie G. And you were little Stevie. That's cute. I like that. But truly, consciousness cannot shift, because it is the one that shifts. Kind of like that scene in Breaking Bad when Walter White says to Skyler, "I am not in danger, Skyler. I am the danger." Consciousness cannot shift. It is the one that shifts other things. It is the axle upon which the world revolves. We're certainly in a very special part of time, but a lot of the talk surrounding the consciousness shift is to make us feel part of an important period of time. And everyone, regardless of the time that they're born, wants to feel like they're in an important period of time. People are saying that the end has been coming. People have been saying that thousands of years ago. Some of the oldest writings we have are people saying, "Oh, the younger generation is so different than the older one. They don't understand family values," things like that, for thousands of years. It's always been the same in that way. We've always been in a position where great change has been happening. And every time we're born, every time we incarnate, we feel important, and we should. We live in a pivotal moment of history, as did the generation before us and the generation before that, all the way back to our ancestors. We've always been a part of something important, and we will continue to be. I like that @ symbol. The question is, how should it happen this time? How do we want to be a part of an important change? Because the world is always changing, and we've always been an important part in that. So it's not that the time in which we live is special. It's that we are always special because we have influence over what's in this time. And we should continue to empower change, because there's always more work to do, always greater things to bring our minds to evolve the contents of our collective consciousness. But the consciousness is already the ultimate thing. It cannot evolve because it's already infinite. In fact, it's beyond infinite, trans-infinite. But it's what's within that consciousness that evolves. An important distinction, because on one hand, we are climbing higher as a species. On the other hand, there is no highest place other than our own consciousness, which already is here and now. And that's right, Rafix. According to tradition, there are still hundreds of thousands of years left in the Kali Yuga. But that's if it happens in exactly the same way as it has always been, which would be a fair assumption, I must confess. But it's not the only prediction. Some people say that there will be an anomaly. Dear JJ, you point out to not mistake the personal unconscious with the collective unconscious. There is a highest being. The highest being is the collective consciousness. Not the collective unconsciousness, but the collective consciousness. The consciousness that is all expansive. The consciousness that includes you and I. Dear Rafix, you ask, what is after Kali Yuga? It depends on if you go by a system which climbs back up through the yugas or cycles back up to the top. There are two different systems in tradition. Some say that once you get to the end of the Kali Yuga, then you start going backwards. You start going back through the Dwarpa Yuga, then into the Treta, and then finally into Satya. Other people say that you go directly from Kali into Satya. I see truth in both these perspectives. And thank you, I am Bob, for your rose. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Dear Stevie G, you ask, have I watched the series of Sadhguru stories at Kailas? I think I've watched a couple of them. I don't think I've seen all of them, at least. Dear Marlin, you share the question about light workers and dark workers. What about them, dear Marlin? We are all light workers because darkness is of the world, but not of spirit, and all beings are made in spirit. We are all light itself. I like that, dear Stevie G. You like to choose your own Kali Yuga is at an end. Dear Anna, you ask, who are the Devas? The Devas are divine beings which don't physically incarnate. The Devas are the presiding personalities of archetypal features of our life. There's a Deva for our eyes, there's a Deva for our nose, there's a Deva for our ears, there's a Deva for our skin, a Deva for our tongue. The fact that you can look at one tree and call it a tree, and look at another tree that looks completely different and still identify it as a tree, even though nothing physical is identical. There's always some difference at the level of the genetics, at the level of which the exact way the tree grows, at the level of how many leaves it has, at the level of what kind of bark it has, if it's more smooth, if it's more rough, at the level of which cells are combining together and what structural pattern, what its root system looks like. Every tree is different. And yet, you can look at two completely different trees and still know that they're both trees. How? Because the real tree is something more abstract. The real tree does not exist physically. There is only one tree in existence, but not physically, but in the collective conscious. There is an archetypal tree that we are able to connect with and project onto things in our environment and identify as expressions of that one tree. Plato called that the world of Platonic forms. Or I don't know if he named it after himself, but he talked about it, and it was named after him as Plato's world. That layer of reality that exists in which things are archetypes of many different forms in this world. That archetype is the Deva, and it is alive. It is real. In fact, it is even more real than the physical. Just like how there is an archetypal man, but doesn't exist physically, but that all of humanity is an expression of that archetype. It exists at the level of something higher than physical. Dear JJ, you share, as Jung said, never be certain of truth, there is always more to see. And you ask to reinvestigate Islam. I don't think you heard me correctly. Have I ever said anything negative about Islam so far? No. In fact, I've only spoken highly of Islam. I said you can find the highest truth there. All I've done is also speak that highly about other paths, and it is you who misinterpreted that as talking against religion, that is Islam. How can talking highly of other religions be interpreted as talking negatively of one? That is something you must look within yourself, dear JJ. Ask yourself, why is it that when I hear other people talk highly of other religions, that I feel defensive in mine? It means that there's something that you identify with that has yet to be unboxed. That is a journey that I wish you success in. Many people come here and they get defensive of my words, but if you listen closely, I only speak highly of every path that everyone is on. If it sounds like I'm not speaking highly of one, it's only because the individual has misconstrued speaking negatively of others as something that it means to follow their faith directly. So I ask you to reinvestigate your own self. In fact, it is you who has to understand Islam deeper. Because if you look deeper within Islam, you will find that the same truth that is spoken through the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is identical with the truth spoken through Jesus Christ, through the Buddha, and through the saints of all religions. If you have yet to accept that, then there is a big journey waiting for you still, and I am happy to support you in that journey. Good night, dear Anizek. Dear Karina, you ask, do I have any advice for doing the hard thing? For example, studying or working out? It's a good question. Consider it something that you do to give you a superpower later on, rather than something that you have to begrudgingly trudge through now. and then you get to relax later as relief from it. Things like studying and working out, they are austerities that you do for long-term satisfaction. Because the alternative is just a temporary pleasure. Instead of working out, you stay home and you sit on the couch. Instead of studying, you go out and you party. It's a trade-off between a momentary flash of pleasure or long-term success and fulfillment. If you can expand your sense of self to include not just this moment, but all moments, then you know that it will be more fulfilling in the long run, because each time you practice some austerity, you teach your mind to becoming a beautiful servant, and the mind can be a most wonderful servant. But when the mind is your master, you're a terrible servant. No matter what we do to try to please the mind is never satisfied. So forget about trying to satisfy the mind. Let the mind try to satisfy you. And you are that which is satisfied by the fruit that comes from sowing the seeds of study, exercise, and discipline. Because through those things, you increase your ability to be able to understand yourself and others, your relationship between them. You are stronger, you are wiser, you hold yourself with a greater stability, and you become a frictionless part of the whole that you are one with. That higher self is greatly appeased when the mind is turned in that direction. Dear JJ, you share, I must have misjudged completely your understanding of Islam. As you told you're an omnist. You say you're an omnist, and yet you say that some paths are closer to truth. Become a true omnist, my friend, and understand that all truths, or all paths, are equally found, leading to that truth. That there may be one that is best for you, but what's best for you may not be what's best for others. This is the understanding of an omnist, and you alleviate yourself of a great burden when you understand this. Feel the weight in your heart when you worry about if your path is compatible with truth. Imagine not being certain whether you are on the right path. And imagine taking it personally, whether others are on the wrong path. That stresses you out. Don't do that to yourself. You deserve inner equanimity, and you relieve yourself of that burden when you trust that everyone is already on the best path for them, and that all paths accommodate the individual and yet lead to the same truth. Thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for the heart me you had sent. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And dear Nick, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Dear JJ, you share that you see that God gives the best path to all creations. I'm happy to hear that. So would you agree then that those who believe that Jesus Christ is God is on the best path for them, and those that believe that they are to become bodhisattvas and take after the Buddha are on the best path for them? Or do you believe it's necessary for anyone to be converted? Mind you, of course, exploration of different paths is always helpful. And if someone decides voluntarily that a different path works best for them, then that's of course a wonderful thing. Thank you, dear Anasek, for your trio of roses. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Nick, you ask, can I tell you about Manu? Manu is the archetypal man. Manu is the inner child. Just like in the story of Adam and Eve, we say that all of humanity comes from these primordial humans. But we would be limiting ourselves from understanding a higher truth if we interpreted this literally. All beings come from childhood. It is the child that is Manu, or Adam. Just like how in Islam Adam is revered as the first prophet or messenger, peace be upon him, the child is the first messenger, because they have come directly from the source of creation. They're fresh out the womb. Thus, if you listen to a child, you get the first teaching. And if you turn your attention to the inner child, you understand how you are Manu. Dear Tan, how are you? Thank you for your heart me. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. God does not judge. Only humans judge. We judge each other, we judge ourselves. God is the one that is all merciful, the one that loves all equally. No judgment comes from God. Judgment only comes from the ego. The final judgment comes from ourselves, whether we can look ourselves in the mirror and say, is this who I truly want to be? That at the end of life, when we see our memories flash before our eyes, can we look at ourselves and say, did I truly live the life that I want to live? The final judge is you. Can you really look at the life you've lived and honestly say that I deserve peace for what I've done? And when you are stripped of all body and mind, and you have no one else to turn to, can you even lie? Is there anything to hide when it's all there, out in the open before you? Material creation runs on itself. The divine may have produced it, but after the initial impulse, it runs itself. The only role the divine has is in illuminating it, in being the all-expansive consciousness that gives it the power to animate. Thank you, dear Stevie G, for your rose. Om Brahmavaya Namo Namaha. Dear Rockstar, thank you for your pair of roses. And tiny. Yippee! Dear Nick, you ask, why is the first human a child? Well, can you become anything before you were a child? Do you start as anything other than a child? Since we all begin as children, the first of humanity symbolizes the child. Much love, dear Marlin. You try to respect both parents' families' religion, but it's hard for you too. Have enough space for them to coexist and understand that they lead to the same place. Whether one religion calls it salvation, or another religion calls it illumination, or a third enlightenment, or a fourth self-realization, or a fifth nirvana, even if they appear to disagree on what they call that truth. Truth is that which goes by many names, but none in particular. Dear @sign, you ask, do we all begin as children? Of course. Unless you're Benjamin Button. Dear Marlin, you ask, but Adam was an adult man. Symbolically so. In representation. But the true Adam is our inner child. But you don't have to be of 5 years of age to be a child. You can be 90 years old and still have that childlike nature come through. Because youthfulness is not limited to age. As long as you have that spirit of wonder and curiosity, you could be 130 years old and still be yourself around children. Dear Nick, you ask, what does the child symbolize? Innocence, purity, potential, possibility. Dear Miyananda, you ask, what's the difference between Nama and Namaha? Good question. Let me show you. Let me bring my whiteboard up on screen for you. Okay. Dear JJ, a religion based on committing evil is not religion. But religions may have many codes because different cultures at different times require different teachings. But the specific teaching is to adapt the universal truth. But I understand that's where you are in your journey, and I look forward to seeing you evolve. It's a beautiful thing when we understand that all religions are one, and there is no room for evil in religion. Remember, as we talked about going higher on the mountain, you know you're following a path of truth when you become more loving, more peaceful, and I see a great potential for more of that from you, JJ. That I have yet to see you say something loving to another person here. I have yet to see you say something that compliments another person's. Instead, I see separation, where one person raises one truth and then you try to counter that, which means that you have a lot higher to go still, that you're not as close to the source as other people here, and that's okay. Because that's where you are in your journey. And when you come back more loving, more peaceful, more supportive of each other, it will make me very happy to see that. Thank you for moderating, dear Marlon. Hello, Liminal Line. Okay, now on to the question of the word in Sanskrit that means salutations. In Devanagari, you write this word like this. There are two letters here and one diacritic. The first letter is Na, which you can see at the start. The second letter is Ma, which you can see at the end. And then there's the two circles. These two circles, it gets transliterated as an H with a dot under it. That's called a visarga, and it literally means an expulsion of breath. Sanskrit does have a letter H. The letter H in Sanskrit looks like this. And that's not what's at the end of the word Nama. Sanskrit has a very unique feature, which is that it uses the breath itself as a grammatical element. So actually, what's at the end of Nama is an exhale. So there's no real way to transliterate this in English, since we use a language that doesn't use the breath in the same way that Sanskrit does. The closest thing is an H, but the most accurate that's used in the international alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration, the IAST, is an H with a dot under it. And so what it sounds like is like a cough, like you are breathing out. Nama, 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 or like a little laugh. Nama, nama. To be fair, most people are not as accurate in their Sanskrit pronunciation in modern times. Even the people of India today don't use visargas in most of their languages. So in Hindi, for example, people would say Namaha, which is funny because you'd think that a language so closely related to Sanskrit, Hindi, would still retain that feature, but it does not. So even when you hear Indian singers singing Sanskrit mantras, they do it incorrectly. Because even in modern India, they don't pronounce the visarga anymore. So yeah, if you want to be as accurate as possible, then it's like a little laugh after, a little laugh or a cough. The reason is because Sanskrit has two grammatical features that take your energy inside or outside. And so there's a metaphorical meaning behind taking your energy outward, like in the visarga, or inward. The complement of the visarga is the anuswara. I'll draw what they look like. The anuswara looks like putting a dot over top of a letter, and the visarga looks like putting two dots to the right of it in Devanagari. Anuswara, visarga. The anuswara takes your energies inward. The visarga takes your energies outward. As such, the anuswara often represents the subject, and the visarga often represents the object. As such, when we say the word Nama, which has a visarga at the end, it means that we're making our salutations something that we give our energy to. It comes from us and to the object of the mantra. Like when we say Om Namah Shivaya, we are breathing out into the object Shiva. Like we're literally giving our breath to the object of the sentence. And I find that really beautiful and poetic. You have a great memory, dear Big Stevie. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your tiny yippee! I am no genius, dear Miananda. The ancient rishis certainly are. How they were able to put so much beauty into their language is beyond me. Hello, dear Hexagon. I'm sorry that discussion earlier was very, very energetic dear Big Stevie. I see that it empowered you to speak your perspective too. May we not mutually dispute or hate any. Let's remember the Shanti mantra and what we gather for. Good reminder, dear Val. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. And I certainly apologize if any of my words were unhelpful in resolving the dispute. I know they can be easily misinterpreted when saying that someone is not far on a path compared to another. Truly, all our paths are infinite, and we all have different journeys, and so we mustn't compare paths in that way. But I hope to intend that pointing out what's ahead of us and should inspire where we have to continue to strive for. Thank you, dear Jen, for the quartet of cheer-you-ups you sent. Om Som Somaya Namah. Dear Liminal Line, you're wondering if I can speak to the meaning of the M mark on the palm. Oh yeah, there's an M there. I never noticed that. M. That's funny. Or it's a W. Yeah, if I can bend my hand in the right way. M for meow. That's what I think the M on cats' faces, their forehead means. You know how so many cats just have an M on their forehead? It's an M for meow. And in case they ever forget, they can just look in the mirror and they go, oh, that's right, meow. Well, I look at the shape. I think the shape is probably more significant than a letter of any particular alphabet. It's the shape of peaks, and what peaks remind us are of our mountains that we have to climb. Maybe two peaks represents that we feel torn between two different mountains to climb. Maybe that means your journey will be a question of which mountain do you want to get to the top of. Maybe you feel torn between two worlds. You know you want to go higher, but you don't know exactly the highest part of yourself. But that's just off the top of my dome at the moment. What it means for you is, of course, something that I trust your judgment in. Liminal, you share that some claim there's a spiritual meaning to it in the Buddhist tradition. Yeah, there are a lot of hand readers, especially in Tibetan Buddhism. I have not studied hand reading, but It sounds like a very interesting part of the spiritual journey. Hello, dear Sky Guardian. How long are the Elves striking? Well, the Elves have gone off strike in Canada, haven't they? Our Prime Minister sent an executive order to get them to go back to work. I hope they were able to get some of the things they were protesting for. Better pay, better benefits, better working conditions. It is not an easy job, especially around these times. Dear Liminal Line, you say it's the mark of a spiritual leader / healer. Ah. Absolutely. But I think another mark of a spiritual leader is having feet. Or if you have a pinky finger, or if you are able to see, or if you were born from a mother, or if your skin color is anywhere on the rainbow of different shades and hues, or if your name starts with the letter A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, or Z. I think we all have the capacity to be spiritual leaders and healers. Hello, dear faithful being. Dear @symbol, you asked if we could talk about the Kechari Mudra, or Kechari Mudra. Sure. What would you like to know about the Kechari Mudra? You have none of what I listed, dear faithful being. You don't have feet. You don't have a skin color anywhere on the rainbow of any shade or hue. You don't have a pinky finger. You don't have a name that starts with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Oh, that's right. You must be an alien. But even then, I think aliens have the power to be spiritual leaders too. How do I pronounce your name? You're from the planet Potato, leader of potatoes? Well, I've got a title for you then, I guess. I don't have to pronounce your name. I can call you leader of potatoes. You think you might be part of my imagination, dear faithful being? Oh, well, the good news is that in my imagination then, you're all spiritual leaders, so not to worry. Hello, dear Ms. Bliss. Dear Val, you share you have a friend interested in learning about the spiritual. How would you recommend they begin? All the answers are within them. The best thing you can do on the personal, I'm saying my punchlines before the setup. The best thing you can do on the spiritual journey is empower it personally. That it is a question best answered by the individual. If they are interested in spirituality, ask them what about it captures their interest. Whatever that is, that's exactly what they should pursue first. Dear at symbol. Rico, you guess the point and the emotive state you're looking for while performing the mudra. The state of not giving up. Determination is the emotion of Kejari. And the point is to achieve something that few can do. Well, let me rephrase that. To achieve something that everyone can do, but few aspire to. Kejari Mudra is not an easy feat, and it requires determination, consistency, and a lot of trust in yourself. But the idea is to form a link between your lower self and your higher self, to catch the nectar of immortality, Amrita, dropping from the chakra of the moon, the Chandra Bindu chakra, the Soma, the moonlight. I love that, dear Alicia. Your spirituality is kindness and understanding. Dear Separatio, thank you for the fast burst that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Salty, thank you for your Rosa and Heart Me. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. Hello, dear brave Bella. Starlight Wow, you shared that your son, who is 3, always says that I am Aang from Avatar, as you saw me on a live with orange robes. Well, I love Avatar, The Last Airbender. Aang is such a delightful character. And there's a lot of good writing in that show that comes from very learned people who have studied spiritual things. I can't claim to be able to control the wind or any of the other elements. But I really like the idea of being able to bring all of the elements together that make up life and use them for good. And I believe that if your son tries hard enough, continues to do good deeds, they will absolutely be the next Avatar. But remember that Aang gets his power from kindness. He was able to master all of the elements through the love that he had for others. That is the highest power. If you can become a love bender, if you can bend to love wherever you see it, you can master all elements. Bubbles, you had asked if I can discuss Shaucha, if I'm so inclined. The niyama of purity, coming from the second limb of the 8 limbs of yoga, of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. The first limb of yoga, the 5 yamas, Yama Yoga, enumerates 5 ethical principles to always follow. The next limb of yoga builds on that. The yamas are mandatory for everyone to live in coexistence. The niyamas are not mandatory but should be seen as ideals. As such, they are, in my Discord server, guidelines for exemplary behavior, for example. And Shaucha is the first one. It translates to purity or cleanliness. And you can interpret it very literally, but also more metaphorically. That ultimately we should keep our environments clean and pure. To have a clean room is really helpful. To have a community where we pick up our garbage and we don't throw things into Mother Nature. We keep our waters clean, the air clean. That's the niyama of Shaucha. And it should be an ideal for all of us to work towards. But it applies not just to the environment, but everything. To our body, keeping our body clean. Good hygiene is very important. It's a misconception that yogis are dirty. Yogis bathe every day. And if they can't bathe every day, then they bathe mentally instead. They imagine themselves, at the very least, cleaning their body. I find that really beautiful. Clean heart and acceptance is important, shares Alyssa. Beautiful addition. And a clean mind. Mind you, clean mind doesn't mean that you're always thinking pure thoughts, because, well, the mind has a mind of its own. And there are going to be thoughts that aren't exactly pure. So purity of mind is more about what thoughts you choose to act on. That you only act on pure thoughts. And you seek to purify the thoughts that do not appear as pure. That is the principle of Shaucha, the first of the 5 niyamas. And it's just like ahimsa being the first of the yamas, the most important. And you can find all other yamas in ahimsa as you can find all other niyamas in Shaucha. Cleanse yourself in the river of wisdom, the river of knowledge, the river that seems to flow throughout all religions. The river Jordan in Christianity, from which even the Christ is baptized. The river of the Sotapanna, the stream enterers of the Buddhists. Saraswati, the river of divine expression for the Hindus. Dear Hybrigen, you share in your women's ADHD group, you struggle with hygiene and cleanliness, so we make it a common thing we repeat in our head after ADHD paralysis. It is something that a lot of people with ADHD struggle with, myself included at times, is that when we are very spiritual beings, innately, it's very easy for us to forget about our worldly responsibilities. Because we have reached the kind of level of santosha, the second niyama, which is contentment, that we are content either way. So it's important for us to learn about selfless reasons for hygiene. It's a kind of funny thing that on the spiritual path, as you become less worldly, you might for a while distance yourself from your worldly duties until you discover spiritual reasons to do them too. Before, it was about being clean just because your parents said so. But now it's because it serves as a role model behavior for others. And it also provides a better aura of your own when others are in your presence. If you can think about all of the selfless reasons that you do something for this body, for this mind, that can make it a lot easier. Dear Stevie G, you're wondering what does yama mean? Yama has a few different meanings in Sanskrit. One, it means it's the name for the Lord of Death. Yama. Another meaning is just conduct. Like in the word pranayama. Prana means breath. So pranayama is breath conduct. And in the 5 yamas, there's the 5 ways to conduct yourself. And then the niyamas are the 5 ways to go beyond when you conduct yourself. In other words, literally, yama yoga is the yoga of conduct. And then niyama yoga is the yoga of exemplary conduct, since the prefix ni just amplifies the meaning. But if you drop the a at the end and you make it an anuswara rather than a makara, then yam is the bija mantra, the seed syllable for the heart, since all chakras have their own. And as a bija for the heart, yam means... Actually, this would be a great diagram to split up this mantra. Yam. It has a great meaning to it. And you are in my heart, dear Stevie G. In Devanagari, that's how you write the mantra for the heart, which you might see at the center of the heart chakra. So it's made up of 3 components. It actually breaks up into the vowel E, the vowel A, and the anuswara. Maybe we can pause for a second. Dear Miss, you had an important question. You wanted to know why you and your son argues lots. He's only 7 years old. He gets so mad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I was also arguing lots with my parents at 7 years old, and I remember very much what it was like to be 7 years old. Because around that time you start getting your own independence in a lot of ways, and you have to start figuring out things yourself. You're gaining a unique sense of self and personality. Very challenging time. That's the time where you're always questioning. You're questioning everything you have to do. And it's so important that I'm really grateful for my parents, as they always explained everything without ever arguing back in return. It's so easy to get caught up in the fact that there's a human arguing with you. Mind you, it's a little human, but still, we're so trained that when someone's arguing with us, we want to argue back. But if we can exercise as much patience as we can, attend to every question, even if it kills us, it'll do so much justice for the little one if we break down gently and politely every single question that they have. I'm sure you try your best, dear Miss, and that's certainly enough. But it's about being young and frustrated that you don't understand why the world works the way it does. And you really need as gentle of a voice as you can to explain that. You explain the precise reasoning behind everything. You know, this is why it's important to brush your teeth. You don't just say, you do it because I tell you to, because I'm your mother and you do what I say. You'll just raise someone that eventually will sneak out of the house in the middle of the night. You do so much and so little for yourself, dear Miss. Well, that's the next thing for you then, is you teach them how to take care of themselves by showing them what it's like to take care of yourself. The reason it's important for parents to take care of themselves is because it is what ultimately shows the children why it's important for them to take care of themselves. I see a lot of mothers have joined the conversation. I trust you all to continue. You are all mothers in this lifetime. I am not. I'll hand this off to you. I wanted to continue what I was sharing with dear Stevie G. On the left we have the Bija. Yam. On the right we have its three components. We have the vowel I, the vowel A, and then we have the Anuswara, the inner sound. Pardon me, not the hiccup, but the nasalization. Some people know that the letter Y, as we say in English, the vowels are A. How does it go? A, I, O, U. A, O, U, I. I'm forgetting the order now. And sometimes Y. That's the important part. A, E, I, O, and U. Thank you. And sometimes Y. People often add. Why sometimes Y? Because Y is a semi-vowel. And every vowel can turn into a semi-vowel. If you notice, if you make the sound ya, Y-A, ya, that's exactly the same as transitioning quickly from the vowel E to the vowel A. Ya, ya, ya. And I don't know if that blows your mind as much as it did mine, but it certainly blew my mind. And it's not the only semi-vowel in English. W is a semi-vowel. W is just really transitioning quickly from a U to an A. Wa, wa, ua, oo, a, wa, wa. And it's definitely not the only semi-vowel in Sanskrit. Sanskrit has 5, corresponding to the 5 places of articulation in the mouth. The guttural region, the palatal region, the soft palatal region, as distinct from the hard palatal region, then the teeth and the lips. And each of these 5 places of articulation corresponds with one of the 5 elements. The element that E correlates to in Sanskrit, which is the palatal region, produced when you bridge your tongue up to make a wide area of resonance between that and the soft palate. E, it represents air. Just like how air is wide and broad over the horizon, in our atmosphere, in our sky. E forms that shape in the mouth, and it represents the element of air. In Sanskrit, all sounds are assumed to make the sound after, as that simply represents existence, the most basic sound. And then M, the Anuswara, the inner sound, refers to the subject of life, the self. The sound of the self is the Anuswara. So the sequence of sounds that forms the Bija mantra Yam takes you from the element of air through to absolute existence and finally to yourself. Yam. And all of the Bija mantras of the chakras, the main 5, take you from a given element ultimately to yourself. And so all elements can be seen as an expression of the self, that if you meditate on the element, it can lead you to the truth of your existence. The way of the heart is the way of air. It's the way of understanding yourself as that which covers the world, that which floats, that which breathes. And of course the heart is so interconnected with our breathing, with our respiratory system. The circulatory system could not exist without our breath. Which is why this is the Bija of the heart, right in the center of our chest. Happy birthday! Greetings, dear Deanna, dear Alicia. I just realized you have to tell me how to pronounce your name best. Alicia. You share your tween just came to cuddle with you and listen to my calming words. Well, I'll try not to raise my voice then. But welcome. Your mother is very beautiful. And I think it's wonderful that we all come from our mothers and we inherit their beauty, no matter what gender we identify with. The beauty of a mother is always seen in the beauty of her child. That's okay, dear Stevie G. Dear faithful being, you share that the letter W used to be win, from what you learned. Yes, that is right. Many letters come from win, or the sound win. The history of language is really two stories that are happening at the same time. There's the story of the letters, and then there's the story of the sounds. And the sounds exist separately from the letters, because of course the letters is something you see, and the sounds are what you hear. The letter W comes from, obviously, you, or W in French, which is V, and that's because the letters U and V used to be the same. And all three of those things, U, V, and W, they're all labial sounds with slight variations. But the sound of W definitely came from the sound called by the name of Win in Norse languages, I believe. Dear Hexa, can you share that in Dutch you say the Y as I? I like that. Yeah. Kind of the inverse of Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the Y is formed from an I, then an A. Iya. But in Dutch, it's gliding in reverse Ai. Yeah. Ai. Yeah. That's fun. Dear Fibergen had to go as son and daughter are fighting. Well, would they really be son and daughter, brother and sister, if they didn't fight? Can you show me any pair of siblings in the world that does not engage in something like that from time to time? Certainly a part of being siblings. They're each other's karma. Dear Stevie G, you share you would love to finish your night off with a meditation before sleep. May we start? Yes. Yes, we may. You go by many pronunciations, dear Alicia. Beautiful. I like that. Me too. Whenever I was in school and my teachers called my name, they'd often pronounce it very differently. And I loved each one. Some would call me Liam. Some would call me Liam. Lame. I've had one teacher even just call me Lime. And that's who I was. I was Lime. Good evening, dear Mr. Scrappy Coco. Or Mr. Scrappy Chaco. And your son's name is Liam. With a Y too? Just like me? Well, I hope to see a mother in you, as you see a son in me. And I hope to see myself in your son, as your son in me. Melinda, you shared your brother's birthday today, and you all had a nice time. Well, happy birthday to your brother, dear Melinda. Thank God we have memory in this life, at least, shares Anna. Life would be very confusing if we didn't have memory. Imagine trying to make sense of the world if every second you forgot exactly what happened before. If you had no sense of time. You had no idea what happened a second ago, 5 seconds ago, an hour ago, a day ago. Do I watch anime, dear Mr. Scrappy? Jaco. I watch animes that have transcended their title of anime. It's funny because the term anime usually doesn't apply to the animes that become so popular that even Western audiences start watching. like Avatar: The Last Airbender, for example, or Pokemon. But if you really want to drive an anime enthusiast crazy, say that those are animes, which they are. It's just that they've also transcended their title of anime in another way, because you no longer have to go out and find it. Someone put it in a less kind way that I did, that Japanese shows that are good are called Japanese animations, like Avatar and Pokemon, for example. And Japanese animations that are bad, they're called anime. But that's just a joke. Don't take that seriously. Thank you, dear Angela, for the fast verse that you sent. Am Namah Parashaktaye. Your Starlight, wow. Thank you for the naughty chicken. Om Sadyojatam Prabhadyami Sadyojataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavodbhavaya Namah. Dear Savlin, thank you for the butterfly for you, the heart me, and the team bracelet. We did learn the Sanskrit name for butterfly recently, Titiri. And so I give you the butterfly mantra. Om Namaste Tiryai. Very short and simple. Hello. Very important. Now, we've had a grand adventure here thus far. Let us transition now from manana to nididhyasana for us to end our sangha with a meditation. Ooh. Dear Melinda, you ask, could I say the butterfly mantra again? Of course. In fact, let me write it out for you. Oh, I have to go back. It's only on the manana scene do I have my blackboard available. The butterfly mantra. Here it is. Om Namah Te Wait a second. Very interesting flower at the end of this letter. How you make an R before another consonant is you have a little swoop here. Om Namaste Tiryai. In the international alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration, this would be Om Namah Tiryai. May your wings unfold. But I should have you know now that whenever you have a visarga before a T, it becomes the letter S. So you'd actually pronounce it Namastitiriyai. Because when you breathe out and your tongue moves towards your teeth to make a T sound, then your exhale becomes a dental sibilant S. You can try breathing out as you quickly touch your tongue to your teeth. Hust, 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 hust. So the exhale becomes like an S. Om Namastitiriyai. It means salutations to the butterfly. The word for butterfly in Sanskrit is Titiri, with a long I at the end. Titiri. And when you want to create the dative form of that, like in a mantra where you're giving salutations to a butterfly, then what's called an I stem, words that end in a long E, the dative form becomes yai, which means to the butterfly. Diryai, to the butterfly. Om Namaste Diryai. Om, salutations to the butterfly. Maybe we can have that as our mantra one day. Dear Melinda, you share your mother calls you mariposa, butterfly in Spanish. I love that. Well, you've gained a new nickname. Mariposa Melinda. Dear Stevie G, you ask, is there a benefit to chanting to a butterfly? Of course. Butterfly represents coming out of your cocoon, unfurling your wings and flying. Sometimes we are in cocoons. Call it depressive states. I prefer cocoons because a cocoon feels safe, comfortable. You hide from the world, but you dissolve, just like a caterpillar liquefies and rearranges itself into a butterfly. Then that butterfly pushes against the chrysalis with its wings, breaks it open, getting enough strength in the process to be able to carry its weight, and flies. Dear Sky Guardian, you share, you feel like I'm now making stuff up? There's a difference between making stuff up and seeing the truth in something immediately. As soon as Stevie G asked me that question, I saw the benefit of chanting a mantra to a butterfly and all that a butterfly represents. You're right in that this is a new mantra, but it's grammatically correct, and it's our association with the meaning that ultimately gives it power. And the association of a butterfly flapping its wings, transforming from a caterpillar, is very real and can be utilized as the heart of a mantra, just the same. But that is really how butterflies become butterflies. Inside a cocoon, they actually become a liquid. As a liquid, they have no form. You can no longer open a cocoon and see that there's anything that looks like a caterpillar or a butterfly, but just a kind of caterpillar soup. Some people are curious and they open up cocoons and they find just something goop out of it. The goop is the caterpillar. This is true. This would be like if a human turned into just soup and then they rearrange into something superhuman. It's a beautiful process, and we don't exactly go through it physically ourselves, but we absolutely do mentally. Sometimes our mind just dissolves, turns into solution, and then restructures itself to be able to take us to higher things. From goop to gentle crystal wings. I like that, G. What a great sentence that is. I love that so much. From goop. It's the word goop that gets me. From goop to gentle crystal wings. That's delightful. Now we need a goop mantra. That could be the Bija for the butterfly mantra. Om goop. Om goop namaste tiryai. Just like other mantras have a bija. It could be goop. I like that. Dear Unseen Styles, you ask, do I think the orbs are aliens? I think the orbs are something beautiful, something wonderful. Maybe even a part of yourself that you have yet to acquire. Part of yourself to absorb. Just like in the last Harry Potter movie, when Dumbledore gifts Harry, Ron, and Hermione each an heirloom. Harry gets the snitch from his first Quidditch match. Hermione gets a book, and Ron gets this device that can absorb all of the lights around. Imagine those orbs as parts of yourself for you to absorb, just like Ron's deluminator. Bring that light within. Doesn't your guru, Swamiji, talk about how Hinduism is an evolving religion, dear Sky Guardian G? That why would you want a dead religion? One that stays the same. The wonderful thing about Sanskrit is that it builds on itself. What makes it perhaps the most magical language is that you are able to create new words out of the sounds, given that you understand their meaning. Dear Nicholas, you ask, can we talk about Shambhu? Shambhu, a name for Shiva. Shiva Shambhu. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I am mistaken, recollecting. Before I jump to conclusions, let me make sure I've got this right. Dear Jay, you ask, what's my favorite song? The one you will sing to me. Hello, Unseen Styles. Yes, and your fiance. Much love. Shambhu, by the way, is the dative form of Shambhu. Shambhu means to Shambhu. So then the question becomes, who is Shambhu? Of course, it's a form of Shiva, but I'm just double checking what that form of Shiva represents. Shiva represents inner consciousness, and the different forms of Shiva are different ways of coming to understand that inner consciousness. From Vyakarana, it said that Shambhu is the form of Shiva who inspired the grammarian Panini to compose the 14 sutras giving the alphabet. So from that I gather that Shambhu is inner consciousness as understood as the source of sound. And so Shambhu means to that source of sound. The Adi Nada. You're very welcome, dear Nicholas. You mean you use shampoo to clean your hair? That's funny. Hello, Moonflower Muse. Alright, back to Nididhyasana. Okay, we're here again. I do all my sound effects in-house. Thank you, dear Unseen Styles, for your pair of finger hearts. Jaya Shiva Shambhu. And dear Jay, thank you for your tiny yippee. I would like tonight to do a guided meditation, but I didn't decide on any in particular. Pardon me. So I wanted to know from you, if you wanted to participate in a guided meditation, what would you like it to be about? This is like at the start of those freestyle rappers' performances that they ask the audience for a selection of words, and then they make a rap that contains those words. But instead of a rap freestyler, I'm a guided meditation freestyler. Goop, shares Jay. Can I make a poll, asks Val. Well, a poll would have to have a selection of options. I don't have any specific options in mind. Anything up to you. Walking through a forest, shares Sav. I like that. Waterfall, shares Ragnhildur. Connection / synchronization to the body. Alright, and one more. How to increase the desire to learn more instead of preferring the comfort of ignorance. How to increase the desire to learn more instead of preferring the comfort of ignorance. That is a powerful theme. I like that. And anxiety, shares Alicia. Harmony, balance, peace. Okay. We'll do a meditation on Goop. Walking through a forest. Harmony, complete balance, purity, peace, shares Stevie G. A waterfall, connection, synchronization to the body, and how to increase the desire to learn more instead of preferring the comfort of ignorance. Alright. We will begin. You may find a position that's comfortable to you. Bring yourself to the breath, breathing in slowly Exhaling slowly. Being the drum beat of our meditation. Find that natural rhythm. This body is on loan from Mother Nature. We had to acquire it from her, and we have to return it to her. It is clearly she that lives through us, as us. Therefore, to connect to the purpose of this body must mean to connect to Mother Nature. Let us take a walk through her. Let us envision her mountains, her rivers, her valleys, her rivers, her waterfalls, her forests, as the garb she wears, the dress that she decorates herself with and as. Imagine your house just as it is now, but when you open the front door, you are transported into the most beautiful collection of everything Mother Earth has to offer, from deserts to jungles to grassy fields, to taigas, snowy landscapes. It's all there for you, for us to walk through. As you breathe, imagine taking one step forward with your inhale and another step forward with your exhale. Every step you take, you connect with your bare feet, which will keep magically dry and warm during this mental adventure. With flowers, with bees that won't sting you, with other pollinators, hummingbirds, dragonflies. You see little animals scurrying around you. You are your very own Disney princess right now. Feel the moss between your feet, knowing that you're in the safe environment of a meditation landscape created by your imagination. Feel the breeze as it passes by through the fields. You can see it coming before it reaches you. Watch it ripple through the leaves of the trees. See the birds using it as their vehicle, gliding with it under their wings. Watch it as it gives a kind of life to all the flowers and it dances, and then the wind hits your face, bringing just the perfect temperature to you. You can hear all the rustling of the leaves. You can feel the seasons changing slowly. Every step you take with your breath, you feel like you're being led to the heart of Mother Nature herself, your heart. You look around you and you notice that she's perfect as she is. That even if anything were different, it would still look beautiful. On a painting, if any proportion was different, it might look strange. If you moved the things in a household a few inches left or right, you might find it look weird. But in Mother Nature, all proportions are valid. Even if the tree were shorter or taller, if it was to the left or to the right, would it really be any different? Or is Mother Nature that miraculous thing that fits together with herself no matter what combinations appear? Notice that since you are from her, why should you judge your body any differently? If everything in Mother Nature is perfect as it is, what makes the part of nature that you are any different? Notice how she is pure in the fact that she's messy. You know that someone's been outside when they come back in and their hair has been blown by the wind. Their feet are covered in dirt and their skin is covered in scratches and they've got a beautiful smile on their face. Mother Nature is so attractive in the fact that she is messy. Perhaps you can call her a hot mess. And hot she is. There are things of this planet that are warming up, other places that are cooling down. Her waters are becoming less pure, her air, her soil less nutritious. So when we understand that this body has come from her, feel that purpose that she has imbued in us. She has awakened the part of the soil that has become you and I for the purpose of healing her. We are the caretakers of Mother Earth. Thus it is our purpose to be able to return the investment that she has given us with our bodies in terms of the healing that we render back to her. Each step we take, recognize that life would be incomplete without any part. Soil, the rains, the trees, the composters, the pollinators, every part of the food chain is all about taking energy and transforming it to a higher purpose. Connect with the animals. You are part of the animal kingdom. Connect with the trees and the oxygen producing algae and diatoms. Know that your exhale is their inhale, and their inhale is your exhale. You are an extension of all that life. We are 70% water in our bodies. Watch the river flow around you and take a step into that river. Feel the water splash around your ankles, pulling you into its current, powerful force that she is. Let yourself be baptized by her currents. Enter the stream of light, of wisdom, symbolized by her rushing waters. Dissolve your body into it and imagine yourself as the river, as it nourishes the banks and brings vital nutrients from above to below. Take yourself with her. Understand that all life exists in cycles of creation. The oceans of the earth evaporate, forming clouds. The clouds drift over the mountains, deposit their rain, their snow, that melts, trickles down as streams. Streams convene, forming tributaries to rivers. And for a moment it feels like that river has an individual personality, identity, a place where it has come and a distinct place where it's going. But if you look ahead, there's a waterfall. But it's okay. You are the waterfall. And as you drop down and let go, becoming all of the individual droplets that fall so gracefully, you merge with the ocean once more and become whole. You may ask, where did the river go? But it was always just the ocean. The ocean in the clouds, the ocean in the snow, the ocean in the streams, the ocean in the river, the ocean in the waterfall, and the ocean in the ocean. Sometimes we try to prevent ourselves from becoming the ocean because we feel like we would drown in it. We limit ourselves because we think that all we are is just the river, flowing from point A to point B, from birth to death. But remember that all rivers ultimately take birth in the same thing that they die into. And when you look at it that way, is there really any birth or any death? Or just a continuous becoming? When you understand yourself as a river that comes from and returns to the source, for the source, as the source. And why stay in your bubble when there's so much for you to do as the ocean? Bring your nourishing waters everywhere. Life is no test. Whoever said that life is survival of the fittest must have forgotten that they're the ocean. All things continue. It's just a matter of how long you stay as a river or stay as the ocean. But regardless, in essence they are one. Anxiety is just a little stream, forgetting that it's the ocean. And when that waterfall comes, anxiety screams. And then you splash. And then the river realizes that it has not gone anywhere because it was always everywhere. And just as a river is continuously coming from different tributaries at the same time it's returning to the ocean, in this moment you are fully alive and in the process of returning all at once. In each moment you are reborn. Trying to resist her currents only prevents you from becoming one with the whole. Surrender to the Divine Mother, and she shall set you free. Om Namah Krim Ambita Me Shrim Nadita Me Hrin Devita Me Ain Saraswatyai Swaha. Om. Cosmic creation. Namah. Salutations. Krim. The Bija of Ambita, the mother. Tame, the best of. Shrim, the Bija of Nadi, the rivers. Tame, the best of. Rim, the Bija of Devi, of the feminine divine. Tame, the best of. I'm the Bija of Saraswati. Saraswatyai, to her, the source of all art, knowledge, music, dance, culture. Swaha. I surrender to that. Om. Salutations to the best of mothers, to the best of rivers, to the best of the divine feminine, Saraswati, the goddess of life as divine expression. I surrender. Om Namah Karnim Ambita Me Shoring Nadita Me Ring Devita Me I'm Saraswatyai Swaha. That concludes this guided meditation. Thank you for listening. Thank you, dear Ragnhildur, who sent a swan at the beginning of our meditation. I'm Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Savlin, thank you for your heart, me too. Ram Ram. Dear Jasmine, you share you're going through a really bad emotional time right now. How do you separate yourself from these emotions? Dearest Jasmine, I understand you want to separate yourself from your feelings because they feel too heavy to bear. But the best thing you can do for yourself, truly, is allow yourself to feel the feelings. What's bad about the time is not the emotions, but the resistance to feel them. You are absolutely valid in feeling exactly what you are in this moment. What's dangerous is if we try to remove ourselves from feeling them, because that's when things build up. Things get repressed and suppressed, and then they explode later. Create enough space to contain your whole experience in stillness. If there is sadness, hold space for that sadness. If there is anger, hold space for that anger. If there is sadness and anger, hold space for both sadness and anger, and between them too. You're absolutely allowed to have conflicting emotions. You're absolutely allowed to have heavy emotions. And no emotion can ever hurt you, or destroy you, or take you away from living life as fully as you can. Remember, you are not your emotions. They occur to you, just like a passing river. If you are sitting on the banks, you can watch it go by. Every feeling comes from a place of truth, from an observation in our world that our emotional body is trying to guide us to understand. If we try to befriend our feelings, then they no longer burden us, weigh us down. They become something as a tool for us to process the things we've been through. Whatever you're going through, this too shall pass. And if you give enough space for your own feelings, just as you would give space to a friend if they're sharing their feelings with you, then it will pass with even greater ease and become frictionless. The best thing we can do for our friends and family when they're going through emotional times is to hold space for all their feelings without judgment. And remember too that you are your own best friend. And so the best thing for you to do to honor your own friendship with yourself is to hold space for your feelings, just as you would for other friends and family. So you're absolutely right in that there is a distance we create with our feelings, that we see them as like friends, and we are something distinct from them, but we have to be careful not to avoid them, suppress them, repress them, that we absolutely allow them to be expressed in healthy ways. Crying is a very healthy thing to do. Laughing can also be a healthy thing to do. Sometimes you laugh and cry at the same time, and it's confusing to everyone around you, but to your inner self it feels just right. Sometimes you need a pillow to scream into. Sometimes you need a pillow to punch. Sometimes you need to go for a long drive and you sing your favorite song, or you dance to your favorite song. Other times you write a new song. Maybe you paint a picture or some other creative practice. Get exactly what you're feeling out in a way that doesn't take away from anyone else's ability to feel what they're feeling too, but gives you a chance to not feel so pressurized on the inside. Something within you is just needing to come out. And maybe that comes with, let's say, setting boundaries with someone. That can be a valid expression of feelings too. Maybe it means having someone in your life to talk to. Whatever feels trapped inside, find a way to liberate that. I don't know what you're apologizing for, dear Sir Herp McDerp, but much love to you. The meditation never ended, shares Anna. Meditations never truly end. Sometimes they just continue where they left off. Thank you, dear Gina, for your pair of roses. Alright, well, we've come to the end of our Sangha. If you're still here, dear Jasmine, you're welcome to reach out on my other platforms. I always have an available space for you, for free. If you message me on Instagram or TikTok or WhatsApp, Telegram, email, I'll always respond. It might take me a day, but I go through all my messages. And if you want to rely on some of the wise people in our community, do check out the Discord server too. linked as the Discord icon in the link tree. There's a place for you to get help. It's called the I Need Help text channel. And I've instructed the members of my server that if anyone ever messages in the I Need Help channel, that we give them attention and love and direct them to support resources. And there's many other text channels there that I assume can fulfill a different purpose too. You're certainly welcome there, as everyone is. But now that we've come to the end of the Sangha, allow me to thank you all for being here. Allow me to thank my moderators for helping keep the peace, for everyone who holds me accountable to the things that I can improve in to make myself a more humble host for an even more inclusive live stream next time. And if there's anything that you could get more value out of here, do know that I always upload these live streams and the meditations and the readings and the show and tells on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, and I never monetize my videos. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Good night, dear Stevie G. To you, dear Sir Herb. Did I upload Tuesday's live stream? Yes, I did. Should be up now. I look forward to receiving your message, dear Jasmine. Just to make sure, if you send it on TikTok, I won't be able to respond. But on any other platform, I will. Thank you, dear Savlin, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Hare Krishna. And may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.